here we are with the Dawntrail Metalworking Role Quest. So we're going to be doing the first little bit of this role quest here. I can't quite remember in the introduction what Ropley said was the problem here, but I think he said that Ralso's here, you know, she makes a whole bunch of like necessities for everyday life. Out of metal stuff, we got watering cans, we got pots, pans, you know, we got pickaxes, other farming tools and everything like that. And that particularly she was looking for someone who was prompt, who was prompt with the deliveries or whatever have you. Like she's run into some problem with her reputation, I think, or something like that. But I don't know. Let's get into it. See what the story is here for the Dawntrail Metalworking Role Quest. So, hello. Your friendly neighborhood metalworker. Ralso seems relieved to see you. Oh, somebody else here in the preview as well. Let's go with, for her voice, let's go with, must be my lucky day. You're Kelwin, the artisan Ropley roped in, aren't you? It's a pleasure. Name's Ralso, and I'm the proprietor of this here shop. From pots to knives, if it's used on the daily and made of metal, I smith it. Oh, made of metal. Oh no, they gave her this kind of... I have a tendency anytime we have a blacksmithing character to go into this kind of accent. And suddenly they're like this. Oh, well, we'll continue with this one. If it's used in the daily and made of metal, I smith it. There's one code I live by, and it's to never keep a customer waiting. As soon as an order comes in, I do my damnedest to have it ready as soon as I'm able. Can't have folks living there with lives without the proper utensils, see? Won't say that speed don't come at a price. My goods come quality assured, but ain't always always pretty to look at. We can start from Javier into New York. We can give it this kind of accent. My goods come quality assured, but ain't always pretty to look at. Yeah, maybe we'll go into this because she does have some accent markers here, like she's dropping R's at the end of words and things like that. We can do this instead of our usual, like, let's cut accent for a blacksmith. Once upon a time, might be that I inspired to meld metalware even the Dawn Servant would be proud to use. But that was the childish dream of a childish lass. Yeah, man, you can still do that. But so she used to dream of making, instead of just everyday metalworking stuff, she dreamed of making things for the higher, the more prestigious. You do both. You can still maybe go work towards that dream. Reality ain't so sweet. Better leave the fancy fineries to the moblins. I ain't ashamed to admit their craftsmanship knows no equal. But I ain't ashamed of what I do either. Knowing that my goods are needed is what gets me up in the morning. Alright, fair enough, man. If you found your happiness here too. What I'm trying to say is, I win my custom by providing fast and reliable service. And I need your help to give them that. I have a bit of an embarrassing problem on my hands, see? I had a young lass come in asking for work a little ways back. She claimed to have experience working metal, so I figured why not? With a new hire, I thought I could start accepting bulk orders. But that Papawni, okay, bless her heart. She's hers to a fault, but the girl barely knows her way around a pitchfork, let alone a forge. She had no experience. She's like, I want to apprentice. I have already accepted a hefty order, and I'm afraid we won't have it ready in time. I don't want a little bit of... She jumped the gun on that a little bit. Oh, thank God I have another blacksmither here. We can accept more bulk orders. And then she's like, oh no, she has no experience. So right. I don't want to let any one of my customers down. Okay, so this is why she might be having trouble with her reputation. She's like, we gotta meet this order in a timely manner. And if we don't, then you know her reputation will take a hit. This is where this is why she was asking for help. So I ask you, will you lend me a hand? We will compensate you for your work, I promise. Alright, of course, or I'll hold you to the well-compensated part. Listen, we're in it for the money. No, of course, of course. That's why we're here. And then reply. Thank you. I can already sense you've the confidence of a none too shabby artisan. We best begin with introductions then. May I trouble you to fetch Papalni? I sent to the Bayside Bevy to purchase materials for pots some time ago, but she hasn't returned. Alright. I gave her the simple task of purchasing supplies, but she's been gone quite some time now. Bring her back with you if you see her in Bayside Bevy, would you? Alright. Let's go find her. Figure out why this lass wants to be a blacksmith. And applied to work there with no blacksmithing experience. And wasn't upfront about it, apparently. Where is she? She's by the fountain. Is she by the fountain? Is she by the beach? No, she's over here. Lass, what are you doing? What are you doing? Her best, apparently. Yeah, she's just out there. She's doing her best. That's what she's doing. Ah, man. All right. What voice to give her? Maybe just Wait. You're one of the third Promise's companions, aren't you? You may not recall, but we actually passed by one another in Earthenshire. Oh, dude. I know this lass. Remember when we got to Earthenshire and she was just like, I can't handle these conditions. I'm out. And then we walked by her and there was like that weird camera moment where the camera stuck on her for a second. I was like, why is it doing that? And then she left. This was why, apparently, because she's reappearing in this quest line. Okay, maybe I don't want this kind of accent for her. No, it could work. She seemed like kind of pompous when she walked out. She was like, I can't work in these conditions. Foreshadowing, apparently they were just like, let's take this rando, toss her into the crafting role quest. I'm Paponi, a former potswan. I'm honored to finally meet you. Gosh, I do miss how the Moblins spoiled us artisans. They provided every luxury you could imagine. A court lovelier than a pack of these, platters of delectable food,
Best of all, they took care of all the cleaning, letting us focus wholeheartedly on our work.
Then why the fuck you leave as soon as shit got a little bit of freaking this fucking spoiled brat of a lass? As soon as they're just like, oh no, a recent disaster has happened with a big storm. Give us a second to like get things back in order. She's just like, I can't work in these conditions. Like what, it had been like a week maybe last. Like chillax.
Alas, the storm left me short of supplies and help hands. I realized that the environment I once enjoyed there would not soon return.
It returned pretty quickly, lass. It was never going to return.
And made the hard choice to end my port pact and journey here for work.
Bitch? You couldn't help? You couldn't just be like, oh, we'll weather this storm together. I'll help work around here a little bit. Yeah, and yeah, I won't be doing my other work. Like, what the fuck, lass?
But look at me, being an asshole. We've hardly met and I'm already talking your ear off. Excuse me, what brings you to this corner after all?
I'm helping out at Wachu Meki Meki. Specifically, I'm going to be helping with the blacksmithing lass. I don't know why you... Apparently, you don't know a shit about blacksmithing lass. Why'd you apply?
Mistress Rasod requested your assistance with the shop.
Forgive me. My ineptitude has inconvenienced even you. Yeah, I'm angry. I didn't like this last when she exited in the main story when she was just like, I can't work in these conditions, I'm out. When like the storm, like maybe like it had to have been maybe a week, worst case scenario maybe a month. It's the timelines or whatever, because we ended up there like because the storm happened when we were on the way in, and then we like jumped straight into the rite of succession stuff, but we did go to Kozuma Uka Part 1 and Urkopaja Part 1 before getting to the Moblin area, and like, I don't know, how long could that have taken? Maybe like a few days, probably like maybe a few days for each, or probably not that long. And so if I had to guess, like maybe a week at most. Maybe a week or two at most, and this last was just like, the conditions will never return, I'm leaving, I can't work in these conditions. When like, really? Really? Like, tough it out for a little bit, lass. Like, Jesus Christ. Anyway.
Since the day I started working here, I can't seem to fulfill a single one of Mistress Ralish's requests properly. As a potsworn, my work was quite intricate, you see. The moblins desired only the most lavish and ornate novelties, so that is what I made. I can't even imagine where to begin making household goods. I just made fucking lavish shit. How do I make average everyday crap?
Like, lass, did you two even talk about expectations before she hired you on? She was just like, oh, thank God a blacksmith you're in and whatever. Did you even talk, like, did you even look to see what the shop usually sells? Or you're like, I know I can totally make that, it'll be fine. And then you tried your hand at it and it was like, shit. She tried her hand at it and it was like, shit, I can't actually make this.
Not even a pot. I spend more time than I care to admit in front of the supplier trying to guess which materials might be appropriate for forging one until I just utterly overwhelmed.
She needed to give you a list. She just like, go get some materials for pots and that's it. It feels like we're lacking in communication here. It feels like we're lacking in communication.
I just felt utterly overwhelmed and ended up here. Oh, hey, Squidden.
Hello, welcome. But yeah, this lass is, she's giving me big, like she's silver spoon energy. Like, she's just like, I only know the most rich and lavish life. But in this case, I only know how to make the most rich and lavish goods.
confounded by a pot. I'm not an artisan. A fraud.
Nah, man. Like, I wouldn't go as far as to say that, lass. I wouldn't go as far as to say that. I would like to say that you've maybe, you know, you don't really have a great mastery of your craft to be able to adapt it to different circumstances. You've learned a very niche, you've gone into a very specified thing, and you don't know how to do anything else. But I'm sure you were decent at what you did, and you wouldn't have held a pot pact otherwise.
You know, most people aren't even aware that the pots won't exist.
Really?
Even bringing it up as a credential here only seems to garner doubt.
Really? Oh, that would be calm. You think they think the moblins make anything and they don't realize the moblins have hired things? I would feel like that would be common fact amongst artisans, but whatever, okay.
I feel as if I've begged for work from every shop in Tudiodol, but none would hire me. No one but Mistress Rousseau's.
Apparently ill-advisedly, dude. She maybe should have communicated more.
She knew no more of the Pot's one than anyone else, but she welcomed me with open arms.
She should have asked any questions before she did that, but she was just like, I don't know, I'm desperate for help, let's go.
She welcomed me with open arms instead of disbelief. I want to repay her compassion, her faith in me.
Okay, hell yeah, we can get there, lass.
So I will. This isn't the time to be moping. I even have a new friend beside me. Right, new friend. I can simply relearn the basics.
Yeah, man, that's where we just gotta start from square one again, man.
Starting with the materials for a pot. But first things first, we should return to Mistress Rousseau as she requested.
With the materials for the pots, though, right? With the materials for the pots, we were sent out here for...
Nope, we're going back.
All right. Okay. Oh, hey, Yoru. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. All right, back to Wachumeki Meki. I guess, yeah, you can really combo that set of emotes however you want. Cursed image indeed. Alright, Papawni's back here. Papawni?
I see. Among the materials available in Tudiodol, ingots smelted from Taradi iron ore are most suitable in forging a pot.
See, there we go. We need to communicate beforehand. Rausoj doesn't know how to, like, she just assumes she knows the basics, and we just have to make sure everything's freaking clear. She needs to be, when she gets us out for materials, she needs to be given a list. Don't just assume that she knows anything, because she's not. She's literally again from square one. All right. Thanks for, thanks for bringing it back, Kelwin. To think Papani didn't even know the makings of a pot. Yeah, just be very clear in your instructions from now on, lass. Don't assume that she knows anything. But that can come later. Now that you're both here, I'd like to discuss the bulk order we have lined up. I'll fill you in once you're ready, so just give me a shout. All right, on to our first delivery. Powny, anything else to say?
A large order. I'll do my best.
All right. Hard to read. Oh, it's gonna be for the Hanu because of reads. Okay. We're also just eager to begin her explanation. I think you're ready. I'll elaborate on the details of the order then. The Anu farmer requested a large supply of scythes to be used for harvesting reeds. For harvesting reeds, okay, we're scythes for reeds. The reeds are relatively light. They're deceptively firm. That being the case, the both of you will need to take special care that the blades have a sharp edge. And also make sure the handles have enough girth for the hefty hands of the Hanu. Harvest season draws near and time's tight. But if you could prepare about 6 scythes, Bounty and I can handle the rest. I'm counting on you. Now let's get to work. Alright, crafting time, crafting time. We now undertake deliveries for Shroud, Soj, Metalwares. By delivering the requested items to Shroud, Soj, and raising yourself in your esteem, you ensure clients receive their orders in a timely manner. Yes, items with higher collectability, greater reward, etc., etc. Alright.
Not only do the honey possess large palms, but their claws are sharp as glass. Perhaps not only the girth, but also the shape. The scythe handles must be given special care. Yeah. Good thinking, good thinking.
The sooner we have the scythes ready, the better. Alright. So yeah, let us see what we need for these. Crafting log. Class quest, watch Meki Meki. Alright, reed scythe. Okay, so we need anite whetstone, chondrite ingot, and integral lumber. Okay, that's enough for carpentry stuff. All right, so I already have some anite whetstone, but to make this, you need anite, which you get from Elpis. Elpis. I had some because it's also used a lot for the goldsmithing to make the lot of the goldsmithing gems. Like this one. So I already made some when I was doing some when I was doing the leveling, when I was out doing leave quests. So we have enough. We have enough on hand for this particular delivery for that. And then let's see. We also need chondrite ingot. So I think no, I don't got any ore for this. All right, we're gonna have to go find it. I do have some ore, like I said, from leveling, but not this particular kind. So this is from the first. Okay, so we're gonna need a little bit of that kind of ore, and then chondrite is okay. Oh, it's out in Ultima Thule. Okay. Understood. We're going out to Ultima Thule apparently. And then the integral lumber. We only need one of these, but let's see what we need. Integral log, where are you from? Oh, also Ultima Thule. Alright, looks like we're going to the edge of existence. And also the first. Okay, alright. So yeah, let's head out to... Let me see. Let's head out to the first. Yeah, we'll just teleport to Mordona from here. And then a quick pop out by Lakeland, and then we'll take the portal in the Crystarium over to... Oh wait, no, hold on. I was thinking, wait, we'll take the portal by the Crystarium over to Elpis. We might need more anite chondrite. Maybe not. And we'll get there when we get there. We'll go out to the first. We'll go to the first for the ore that we need first. And then... Ah, man, maybe I should have gone to... We should have gone to... Sugar. I've messed up the order of operations here. We should have probably taken the ferry to Charlan from Tuliolo. Oh well, here we are now. If we took the ferry to Charlan, then that would have been close to Ultima Thule. Because Ultima Thule's zone transition is out in Labyrinthos. Oh well. Just a quick hop, skip, and a jump over to Lakeland then. or some mining. Let me see, I think it was over in this direction. Let's check. Yep, alright. Just passed for a job here. We only need like 6 of this, so we only need a little bit. Cause wait, hold on, no wait. Wait, it's 2. We need 2 chondrite ingots, right? In which case we'll need 12. Yeah. Because we need two per the thing, which means we'll be 12 in total. And if it's one of these ores for one of the ingots each, then we'll need 12. All right, we'll get a little bit extra as well. Because why not? While we're here. Alright. That's good. That's good enough. We'll do, hold on. Our typical 1 more node just for crystal gathering. Make sure to never run out of crystals. Alright, and now we gotta make our way to Labyrinthos. Okay. Let's return to Tuliol and we'll take the ferry from there. Also, Busy said, like how YouTube just suggested to rewatch both Papayas, one of Final Fantasy XIV and the second is Baby Metal. Oh, I don't know about Baby Metal, but you mean Papayas like the, Papaya. Papaya. One of the, I forget which seasonal event it is, theme. All right, to the ferry. Next destination, the edge of existence. Ah, yeah, that is right, Papaya. All right. Speed. Oh, I know of Baby Metal. I just haven't listened to any of Baby Metal's songs, really. Sorry, when I said I don't know Baby Metal, I meant I don't know any Baby Metal songs. But I know of Baby Metal. It's like the Japanese, like, it's kind of like, it's like idol, like an idol group, but they made it like heavy metal, so it's like cutesy heavy metal kind of thing. Anyway, we could teleport to Ultimathul, or we can just take a quick flight across Labyrinthos. Okay, you're making it so good the size of the rock you're living under. I mean, I am living under a rock. that is true. But I do know some things. Occasionally I peek out from under the rock. Occasionally a piece of paper blows by on the wind near my rock and I'm just like, huh. It's a newspaper. I'm just like, huh, interesting news, alright. I'm very comfortable under my rock. Righto. Brace for music, everybody. We are about to enter Ultima Thule, the land of the fields, quite literally. Under the Rock Dweller Luna, yep. More or less. Alright, so we have some things to gather out this way and then up here in the area. So we have to gather lumber. So we need 6 of this lumber in total, and it's 5 per log, or 5 per lumber, so 30. We need 30. We need 30 of the integral logs. Scooch the map back over here. Whoops, I need to be on botanist for this one. Hello? Do any of these fucking things, are any of these things fucking trees? Oh, here we go. This is a tree. Maybe the vines here are tree enough. Oh wow, I've never collected this before. No time for more rises. Alrighty, we keep on keeping on. Yeah, it's gonna be really exciting for next week, getting the next live letter. Let's get a little bit more of knowledge of what's coming in 7.1, some more specific details. Obviously, we're gonna be getting the date and whatever have you, but maybe the little trailer to get some more hints at what's to come. Particularly, I'm gonna be interested in like what their angle is gonna be for the Alliance raid, because we've gotten like some images and stuff now for the Alliance raid, and we know it's gonna be, you know, Final Fantasy 11 themed, kind of like Ivalice was Final Fantasy Tactics and stuff like that. We might as well collect a little bit extra while we're here. Speaking of brain rot, you need to finally find strength to beat this BS in this divinity. Oh, have you encountered some struggles again? But it's too hard, same as always. I mean, are you playing? You're on normal difficulty, right? I'm sure there might be some people will have like strats. Some people will have some strategies online or whatever. I'm sure if it's a problem encountered by a lot of people. You can't wait till cosmic exploration, yeah. We'll be just gathering and fishing. I doubt it. I mean, it could be. I don't know if they're gonna make it crafting focused, but it might be, if it's gonna be along the lines of what Island Sanctuary was, you don't actually need to have the gatherers leveled up for that one. So, but Island Sanctuary is still just like, it was gathering more or less, but you didn't actually need the gatherers leveled up, so who knows, honestly. Right now it is normal. You drop tactician, okay, but you made it a little bit harder with mods. Oh, okay, well if it's too hard and you're stuck in a part of it, yeah, maybe just drop the mods. But if you want to keep them on for the challenge, I mean, then you know, you set the difficulty yourself, man. You set the difficulty yourself. All right, let's collect from like one more node here, and then we'll move on to the other ore that we need. Alright, good enough, and then we'll collect the water crystals versus. Nah, mods are not the problem. Rot itself is the problem. The brain rot, like you were saying, or is like rot a particular thing in Divinity? Just asking because I know it sounds like that it could be either or. I don't know anything about Divinity. Oh, there's a debuff called Rot. Okay, it is it a Divinity thing? Okay. All right, let's see. So the other thing that we needed from here is the chondrite. So we're gonna need a lot of this chondrite because we need 5 per one of these ores, and we need 12 ores in total. We need 60. We need 60 in total, and we might as well get a little bit extra while we're here as well. Whoopsie daisies, off of botanist onto miner time. There's only 2 ways to cure it, and it's just a pain in the arse, nothing more, I see. Well, maybe there's mods that get rid of that. I mean, if it's just a pain in the arse mechanic and nothing more, maybe there's a way that you can, like, if you're modding anyway, maybe there's a way you can mod it out. All right, hold on. The mining node out this way. Yeah, like I was talking about before, I'm really interested to see where they go with the Alliance raid. Also, I'm curious about the main story stuff too. I mean, we do have the 7.1 like the 7.1 website is up or whatever have you. Hold on. Let me pull this up over here. Let me pull this up over here. There we go. So we've gotten some preview images here. It says, though the spectacle of living memory and its threats to the star have been laid to rest, the shade of remembrance lingers both within and without the dome. As the Warrior of Light and their companions seek to help the people of 2 worlds move forward, they find that some secrets of the past must be unearthed. So that's probably going to be like, some secrets of the past is probably going to be preservation stuff. So the preservation scientists. And then this looks like we're in maybe the throne room. So maybe there's going to be some stuff with Ghoul Jaja or Zoralja himself, probably Zoralja. I'm excited that Kona, who has had his glasses broken here, Kona's in Shaolani, which is great. So maybe we're getting more interaction with him in the Hetsato and maybe looking into his backstory a little bit more. I'm really hoping for that. And then over here with the Echoes of Vana'diel raid, we have a shot here of, I think, Prish. I think this character is called Prish from Final Fantasy XI. And it says, a pall of unease has settled over Yakta'al, and memories of a world not our own now find themselves buried in the woods. The Warrior of Light has set off to investigate, but what secrets will they unearth beneath those shaded boughs? So it's interesting to me that it says that memories of a world not our own find themselves buried in the woods. So it's either like because the gate to the Unlost World to I think it's confirmed now it's the 9th reflection is there. It might be memories that maybe were from like we know that in the dungeon with the nightmare dungeon or whatever, the Dream Burrow dungeon, that when the world phasing happened, where Alexandria like phased into Yasulani, some parts of the tower, like living memory, got left behind on the ninth reflection from the Everkeep tower, and some other parts of living memory got lost in the rift. So it might be one of those parts reappearing again, or it could be like just like memories or like ether from the ninth might be a thing. So this could be like that could be something. Or maybe because what else is buried in Yaktael but the meteors and remnants of meteor impacts. So maybe it has to do with something with the meteor's ether, or maybe the meteor ether awakens something, or maybe it's something lost in the cenotes or something like that. Specifically, it says from another world, though. So I'm guessing it has to be from a different reflection. And it makes sense if it was from the Unlost world. I mean, it could be because the meteorite's like a different, like an actual entirely different planet, but I don't think this last would be Elizin if that was the case. But who knows? I mean, they're doing cosmic exploration. They can go fucking crazy with it if they wanted. Oh, is the music very loud? My bad. There we go. It's just the Ultimate Thule music is particularly loud. There we go. That should be a little bit better. I was going to turn it a little bit going into Ultimate Thule, but there we go. The problem in this game is that the music, you know, the music volume can vary. The music's quiet, you know, you want to turn it up a little bit, but when it goes a little bit louder like this. Anyway. Sorry, we're in a zone where this music part is the big focus. Anyway. But I look forward to whatever the explanation for how they're going to integrate the lore in Final Fantasy XIV. Oh, also Bizmaker said that it's part of the story. Oh, the rod, so you have to do it for immersion. Okay. I see, so you can't just mod out. But maybe there's a way to mod out some of the effects. Who knows? 7.1 MSQ is already ruined, by the way. Wuklamat is in it. Oh, that's dude. I literally like Wuklamat. Don't be too much of a hater. I understand that we got a lot of her in the main story. We got a lot of her in the main story, and for some mistakes, like she overstayed her welcome a little bit, like she was a little bit too involved, and I can understand that. I think there's definitely times where she could have taken a step back and let some of the other characters shine, but I do like Wuklamat overall. So, and she did promise. Well, first of all, she is Gulja's guardian. And she did promise to Sphene to look out for her people, so it makes sense that she's there. Anyway, let's keep on gathering. Tangent aside. Tangent aside. Double check my volume levels. Oh yeah, this is it. That's where I usually have it. Yeah, this music is going to be blasting right now. .7.0 was a mess. I don't know how they will fix it. If they want to fix it even. No, they probably won't. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Like, obviously, it has, like, I think a lot of people agree that it has pacing issues. But a lot of the other expansions do as well, and they haven't done anything with that. Like, I think Stormblood has egregious pacing issues, but they ain't ever gonna go back and fix it. That's not something they really do. They're not gonna change the story that they've already done. They fixed Stormblood though? How? Oh, with the patches. I see. Yeah, they did. A lot of people really did enjoy the Stormblood patches, and you know, who knows, man? I mean, we haven't even got a single patch yet from Dawntrail, so don't jump to conclusions quite yet. Because I think they said that they want to take this instead of obviously what they did in Endwalker, which was, all right, Endwalker story done, we're going to use the patches to tell a completely different storyline with the 13th, which I really loved, but I know some people didn't, but I loved it. And anyway, so instead of telling like a whole new patch story or whatever, they're doing like they did in Heaven's Ward, like they did in Stormblood, like continuing where the main story like left off to wrap up things, like with the Dragonsong War, and like in Stormblood with the story of like Garlemald and like the war coming to a climax or whatever have you. So it's gonna there's a lot of stories still to be told, so. I'm sure they've done their best in the past, and they'll do so going forward. They've probably heard people's criticisms of Dawntrail, and they'll take an interesting direction with it, I'm sure. You're more hyped for Warframe 1999 at this point. I mean, well, that makes sense for you. That makes sense for you. Of course you'd be hyped about Warframe stuff. Alright, we'll gather a little... We have the ore that we need now, but we'll gather a little bit extra while we're out here. To make some more chondrite ingots later to sell, put on the market board. Why not? Why not, since we're here? A little bit of extra gathering. Double the ore order. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see where they go with the patches, like how Alexandria is gonna end up. I think a lot of people are obviously hoping like they move away from like the soul technology stuff, but it's gonna be a lot of the themes of like, because this is a people that is basically like they've never had to grieve in their entire lives, and now they're learning to grieve because the memories of the lost were always taken from them. And now they have those memories now, so it's going to be a lot of that, more themes about loss and moving on past grief and whatever have you. Up, we got the node restored, hell yeah. Along with all our GP, praise be the crafting gods. If only you tried to, humanity would be better civilized. Yes, you would think that. You would think that. All right, we have enough now, and extra, plus extra. Let's return to Tuliolo. Sayonara, Ultima Thule music. But yeah, I'm sure everybody, that's what everybody says about some of their favorite game franchises. Try spread the word, more people play it. But like I said, not in my particular wheelhouse. I think the Warframe lore is it's interesting, but it also seems like a lot. It also seems like a lot. Oh, sorry. I also have to remind myself. There's so many like war something games. Yeah, Warframe's the crazy like space one with all the different storylines and stuff like that. Gotta make sure not to confuse myself with Warhammer. Final Fantasy 14 is a lot too. Fair enough, fair enough. But from what I hear from the Warframe one, it's like particularly confusing. Like it's notoriously confusing, I should say. Like Final Fantasy goes out of its way to try its best to explain it, and I'm sure Warframe does too, but Warframe's notorious for it being so. But you're right, Final Fantasy 14 does get into the weeds. It does get into the weeds. There is a lot of lore. I guess I should say Final Fantasy 14 is kind of more my vibe as well. I'm more into like obviously this is like fantasy themed, magic and whatever have you, and a lot of the times when it is getting to into the weeds, it's magic stuff. Whereas Warframe is more like, I guess, sci-fi, which I guess isn't too far from magic in its own right, but I've always been more of a fantasy fan than I have been a sci-fi fan, unless when that sci-fi has fantasy like Star Wars or stuff like that. Oh hey Tree Leaf, hello, hello, welcome, welcome. Warframe has enough explanation for people to understand what's happening. Okay, that's good. That's good, I'm glad. Yeah, I'm only looking from an outsider's perspective and what I've heard of Warframe, which is how notoriously complicated its storylines can be. And you're right, Final Fantasy is pretty complicated as well. But I don't know. I've watched a little bit of Warframe stuff, but the gameplay seems very interesting with like the different frames or whatever have you. But I guess in terms of the story, I guess I haven't started watching from the beginning. I tuned in one time to a Warframe stream and watched a little bit of the story and had obviously no idea what was going on, but that was because obviously I hadn't started from the beginning of the story. But there was nothing really that hooked me. But maybe I'll give another try at watching Warframe story stuff, and we'll see if I get more interested in it. But right now my interest is no. yeah, no. That was what I just brought up. It's just like, yeah, of course I didn't understand what was going on. Of course I didn't understand what was going on. So maybe I'll try watching a video from the beginning, and I'm not saying that as like I wasn't like, oh man, this story is of course really hard to understand. You know, like that would be hypocritical of me. That's not what I thought about it. I was just like, you know, obviously they were getting into a lot though. But like you said, like Final Fantasy is that level of complicated sometimes too. And like I said, I'm just speaking from like this is what I hear from the outside is people say it is complicated. I'm not basing it on when I tuned into a stream that was like in the middle, like to the tail end of a story and I had no idea what was going on. That's not what I'm basing this opinion on. Obviously I was lost. The early story is very grounded. Okay, that's good at the very least. Yeah, maybe I'll give another try at watching Warframe. But my bigger thing was that it just didn't really have like from what I did see, nothing really like I wasn't intrigued that much. It didn't really have. It didn't. I wasn't. There was nothing really that hooked me in particular. But you know, who knows? Maybe there is. I haven't, like I said, like I haven't really had any interest in it, so I haven't really given it much of a try in terms of watching it. And that's what I usually like to do. If I find something interesting, I'll watch some of it first, and then I'll decide whether or not I might be interested in playing it. Anyway, though, let's get to crafting here. We've gotten all our materials. We need to start crafting them. We need to start crafting them into the delivery stuff. So let's get on to. Let's do it on armor, because we're a bit lower on the experience on there. All righto. So let's see, we need to make a bunch of chondrite ingots, and then we'll also have to go into carpenter to make some of the logs. But let's see, we're gonna need 12 chondrite ingots, so let's get started. Might as well eat some food. Might as well eat some food for this. And then if it's 10 levels below us, I think we should get... Oops. We should get... Ah, no. It's not quite 10 levels below us. We don't get Trained Eye. What level is this? Oh, who knows? The moment when sentient is being mentioned, story goes very hard. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Alright, put that... Oh wait, no, can't move. It can't move. I was gonna say put that over here, so I better keep track of them and install my inventory stuff. Oh, crafting. Always so much in terms of the inventory. I have so many ores in here. Obviously, there's a lot of people that do really like Warframe and particularly Warframe story and stuff like that. So I have to add it to the list of stuff, the list of stuff to watch. There's always so many freaking games out there and so many games that are coming out. I've been watching a lot of different gameplay for some different games recently. Either as like, maybe I'll play this in the future, or as a game that I'm just like, I probably won't play this, but I am interested in the story, so I'll probably watch it a little bit. Oh, hey, Soul. Howdy, howdy. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, choice paralysis. Yeah, analysis paralysis. Sometimes. Right now, it's just like a lot of stuff to get to, in terms of you know, gameplay things to watch, and then also I guess in terms of deciding like maybe what games I'd like to pick up, because I'm very picky about what games I play. What games I play. Sometimes I'm just like, nah, I'll just watch this game, and sometimes I, you know, it's gotta pass the thorough vibe check before I'm just like, yeah, I'll probably pick it up. Sometimes I'll just pick it up, but it'll be like, this seems nice, and then I won't want to look into it more because I don't want to get spoiled or anything like that. And that's kind of how it is with the current indie game that we're playing on the new indie game day, which is in the wee hours in the morning on Tuesday for EST. And check the schedule tab and it'll come up with your time zone for it. But yeah, it's kind of with the current indie game that I'm playing is Lost Ember, and I had kind of been like watched a trailer for that one at some point. I'm just like, man, this seems cool. You know, like basically like the crux of the gameplay is an exploration game, and then you get to basically take on the form of different animals to explore around the world or whatever. So become a bird or like a fish or like sort of like that. I'm like, that seems cool. And the story seemed like it had a little bit of story into it, and I'm just like, good enough for me. And didn't really know much more about it. But it's, like I said, it's a fun little exploration game. And then some games I end up humming and hawing about, and then waiting until it's on sale later down the line before I end up picking it up. That's why I have a lot of games. There's a lot of games in my backlog, and some of them are ones that I was humming and hawing about, and then it just went on sale for like really cheap. And I was just like, I'll pick it up for like $5 or whatever, or $10. If a game's like $10 or less, and I've been thinking about playing it, I'm like, I might as well pick it up. If it's $10 or less. Is kind of my threshold. Also, Busy said, second dream is the quest that makes people cry. Oh, I see. And sacrifice is the quest that makes you understand everything. I see. Okay, alright, okay, alright. Also, soundtrack for Warframe is so cool. It helps a lot when it comes to understanding the story. The soundtrack? Alright. I'm sure the soundtrack is pretty poppin', but also it helps to understand the story. Okay. In terms of like lyrics or like, the vibes in general. Let me see. Okay, we're halfway on the con rating. We need to make 12 of these suckers. So hoping it'd be 10 levels below us so we could use train 9, but alas, gotta do the full thing. Yeah, in terms of games that have gone on sale and that are in my backlog, that's why there's a couple. I have a few games that I was on the fence about that are now on my Steam backlog that I might get to eventually, like that Star Wars game, Jedi, the Fallen Order, whatever the heck Roonies. I can't quite remember the title. I can't quite remember the title. The newest one was Jedi Survivor, but I have the one that was previous in that series where you play as Cal Kestis. I was on the fence about that one for a while, and then I just went on sale for super cheap, and I'm like, I guess I'll pick it up. It's probably a game I'll get to eventually. But you know. And then that's been a couple other games as well. Some indie games that I picked up for cheap that I might end up playing, like Roki, which is a kind of point and click adventure game that's got I think some like Nordic or like Scandinavian something around their lore. Something around their lore. Mythology, I should say. Your favorite soundtrack is this us what you are. Okay. It sells the story very well. Okay. Maybe link it to me in the Discord and I'll give it a listen later. This is what you are. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense in terms of sentence. Okay, this is what you are. All right. All right, 3 more conduit ingots to go. 3 more. And then we need to craft the lumber. The lumber that we'll need as well, and then put it all together into scythes for the delivery. The most tedious time of crafting, especially since we're doing full high quality. I missed a proc there. Give you a link, but don't read comments. Okay. Oh, if you think it'll be spoilery, I mean, and you don't want to spoil me or whatever, then sure. But like I said, I'm not even sure. You know what? I'll end up. I have no commitment to playing this game or whatever, so spoilers mean really probably nothing to me, but I'll make sure not to read the comments. Alright, this is the last of our chondrite ingots. Alright, boom shakalaka. Okay, so we have the ingots, we have the anite whetstone, and now we need the lumber. On to carpenter. This is the benefit of having all of our jobs leveled up. Otherwise, I've had to buy this lumber. But no, we can make it ourselves. So let's see, we need 6. We need 6 of these. Also, unfortunately, not within the limits of trained eye. Fire God's blessing might get us the rest of the way here. Yeah, it's fine. There we go. All right, our first lumber. 5 more to go. But yeah, like I said, there's a lot of Steam games in my backlog that I've been meaning to get to. And we're probably gonna get assuming the time for a variety of games still works out for me. In terms of the time, we'll probably get to a few of those. I would think maybe. We're gonna finish this. This is the Lost Ember indie game, and then I might want to play. I think it was a Phoenix Wright game, the Chronicles one. The Chronicles one. Oh shoot! I already had the buffs running. Whoops. It's fine. It all works out. PM in Discord. Alright, I'll give it a listen to later. Maybe we can listen to it now while we're crafting, but maybe later. Maybe later. Or hopefully we'll be almost done here. We'll have more gathering and stuff to do later, and we can give a listen to that while we're gathering up some stuff. Yeah, so there's a bunch of games that I have on my Steam backlog, and then there's and then I know. Biz, you and Wadelia have wanted me to play Honkai Star Rail, so that's on the list at some point. There's probably like a few games that I want to get to before that, and who knows when I want to maybe take a break from variety gaming and come back to it. But it's on the list. I make no promises as to when, but it's there on the list. Yeah, which is why I said, like, you know, when we get back out to gathering, it'll be fine. But we're almost done here anyway. We're gonna be almost done here soon anyway. We'll pull it up in a second. Honkai Star Rail grows like bamboo. Too much content. I see. They just keep tossing content out there. I guess that's really great for the people that are caught up in the game or whatever have you, because new content in the game that you're playing is always great. But yeah, it can be a little bit if you're looking to come back to a game, or if you're looking to start back up with a game, having a bunch of content to get through can be very daunting. I mean, it's the same thing with like Final Fantasy 14, you know. Like, a lot of people recommend it, but it is a big time investment, because, you know, if you want to get through the whole story, well, there's so much story at this point, and it just keeps on building. So it's both a boon and a curse, because it's just like, hey, you want to get into this thing? Well, oh boy, it's chunky, but at the same time, if you really like it, it's really great to have all of that content. You know, so a bit intimidating. You know, looking at how much content you have to get through, but you know, once you're just like, oh hell yeah, there's so much more to get through. Well, it's a story-based game, Final Fantasy, or like Honkai? Obviously Final Fantasy, yes. Oh, Honkai Star Rail is just story. Oh, there's not other content? Also, that's all the lumber that we needed, so we're good on the lumber. Now we just need to put the scythes together here. 2 chondrite ingots, 1 anite whetstone, and 1 integral lumber. Let's go. I see. So it's because it's just story, you play at your own pace. Sure. I mean, it's the same thing with Final Fantasy 14. I mean, obviously, like, a lot of people want to play because they want to play with their friends and they want to catch up to endgame. I mean, that's how it was for my brother Burning. He like zoomed. He wanted to play with his friends at endgame, so he zoomed through the main story, just the required parts. He didn't go for like some of the side raids and stuff like that. Though he did do Ivalice so that he could unlock Baja, because he was doing it during Shadowbringer's time and Baja with as a thing, so he went through all that, but he didn't do some of the other side raid stuff. So whenever I'm talking about him in Final Fantasy, I'm just like, oh, you didn't do this right, or you didn't do this part, or whatever have you. So there is that for some people. For me, I was just, you know, I was just delighted to be going through the story, so, and I didn't care when exactly I caught up. So I was just vibing. Yeah, I was still going at a fair clip because I did want to catch up at some point. But you know, my fair clip and somebody else's fair clip is very different. I'm a you know, smell all the roses type of person regardless, so. Luna, try not to spoil stuff. Nah, my brother doesn't care about spoilers. He's not usually, he's usually just like, nah, tell me the spoilers, I want to know. He's that kind of person. My twin brother Burning, that is. My younger brother is much more of a, no, don't tell me anything. Though, you know, I still talk to my younger brother about Final Fantasy 14 because he asks sometimes, you know. We talk about it a little bit, but he tried Final Fantasy 14, but it didn't end up clicking with him. And that's understandable. I don't think he's much into like more longer form story stuff. So, though he says maybe at some point he'll give it another try because he really didn't get that far at all. But you know, he didn't vibe with the other parts of it, so who knows? Maybe I'll recommend him he buy like a just a Realm Reborn skip to jump straight into Heavensward, because I think he was getting hung up on probably just Realm Reborn stuff. Because I don't think he even made it to where you meet the fucking Scions. He really didn't make it far at all. So. But yeah, my younger brother stopped very early on. My twin brother made it through all of the story. I think through all the story, and then through all of the Endwalker story, and then after Endwalker he's stopped playing, and now he's playing World of Warcraft. He wasn't in it for the long haul for this to be one of his main games, so he might come back and do patch stuff later, maybe if some of his friends do it or what have you, but until then he's just like, so what's happening in the story right now, and he doesn't care that he gets spoiled or anything like that. So I keep him up to date on what's happening. He wants to know. Like, our twins are either opposites of each other or ideal copy, nothing in between. Well, siblings are gonna be siblings. I think it's always gonna be a mix of both. Which we probably didn't. I probably didn't need to use innovation there or whatever. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're gonna be adding 2 more here. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that me and my twin brother share in common, but there's obviously a lot of stuff that we are very much opposites on. We complement each other on. All right, last site, and then we can hand this delivery in. But yeah, like I said, like I imagine they would, you know, we differ and share like any siblings would. But we're also obviously, as me and my brother, we're not the identical twins, obviously. We're fraternal twins. That's not quite how that works. That's not quite like, well, who knows about soul stuff or whatever, but identical twins is a different thing than just fraternal twins. Because identical twins is one egg got fertilized, but then the egg ended up splitting. And then fraternal twins is just 2 eggs got fertilized. And that's about it. And just like, get one baby free. Well, both of the situations is buy one baby, get one baby free. But, yeah, that's what the difference is. All right, we have the scythes. We have the scythes. Let me see. So we can probably split the experience even by doing 2, 2, 2. We have 6 to hand in. We can split it evenly by doing two deliveries on each of the 3 metalworking jobs. We'll probably split it like that. But yeah, before we hand these in, I'm gonna take a sip of water. Stay hydrated, everybody. All right, hydration achieved. Okay, so we're back. Let us hand in these scythes that we've made here. Here we go, boom shakalaka. So we'll do two each on each of the different metal workers to split the experience evenly. Hold on, her accent. Don't go into the usual accent, Luna. I keep on wanting to go into the like, thank you. This kind of accent, but no, we can't go there. Hey, thank you. This is fine. No. So you see, we just keep on going into this accent. Hold on. We'll get there. Thank you. This is fine work. Even better work than why. No. See, I'm going into this. This is not the accent we're supposed to do. Get back into the New York accent. This is thank you. This is fine work. Even better than what I hoped for. Oh, there we go. We got there. In fact, you must be an artisan of some renown abroad. Of some renown. You could say that, yeah. In making your first successful delivery, you've begun to earn Raoul Soja's trust. Deliver the items Raoul Soja needs, and deliver them often to improve the prospects of Raoul Soja's metalwares. Alright, that was on Armor. Boom Shakilaka over on the Goldsmith. Boom, boom. Doling out the experience completely evenly. Alright, there we go. Complete. There's our scythes. Very simple, plain scythes. Guess the handles are to help with, holding it for the Hanu, I guess. And look at each of the scythes, and I'm pleased to say that the quality is up to par. Good work, both of you. Oh, she did well, she did well. As for quantity, we've the 6 Kelvin prepared, 2 made by Papani. Okay, so Papani made 2. That's good enough, good start, last good start. And 3 by yours truly. Oh, wow, okay. This wasn't quite an even split. I, like, doubled everybody else's orders, no problems. The grand total, 11. Leave the amount requested by the client.
I'm sorry. I was so fixated on coming up with a design that was easy to use and maintain that I barely had time to make them.
Nah, man, sometimes, you know, you're relearning. Taking the extra time to make sure you do it properly is good. And you'll get speed in time. Speed will come with practice.
If I'd been faster, perhaps I could have reduced Kelwin's burden.
Nah, man, you know what? I earned the speed. You'll get there. You'll get there eventually. Well, in the end, your design was elegantly simple. That'll come in handy if we ever have to make more. And if our customers have an easier time maintaining their tools, all the better. Now that you know the design, if they need more, you'll be able to make it more speedily next time. I'll inform the client that the sites are ready to be picked up. Won't be a moment. Sorry for the wait. I have the sites you requested here. That's a scythe, all right. Marvelous. It was worth coming all the way to the city for such craftsmanship. Now we'll have a much easier time with the harvest. Worth coming to see for such craftsmanship, hell yeah. Good job, we impressed, fellows, we impressed. For we, Hanu, the harvest is an immense task and crucial to our way of life. With the reeds, yeah. The softer reeds are used as food, while the sturdier ones are used to thatch the roofs of our homes and more. You could say our livelihoods are built on reeds. They do use reeds for a lot of things. That's why the reed harvest going so terribly one season did mean that they were kind of screwed. So perhaps they relied too much on weeds. They maybe should put reeds. They probably should put their eggs in maybe several different baskets. But I mean, it works for them. I mean, staple crop is staple crop for a reason. Maybe a couple different eggs in different baskets. They do eat other stuff, though. It's not like they only subsist on reeds, but... You both assisted in crafting the scythes, yes? Thank you so much for putting such care in your work. Yeah, see, there you go, lass. The fact that you put the care in. Make sure to get it right. You know, it's about the quality craftsmanship.
Oh, stop it. It was our pleasure.
There we go. Happy to get praise, man. I guess she doesn't. If she's with the Podsworn, maybe and all she's known is for the Podsworn life. She probably hasn't interacted with the customers a lot because the moblins sell the wares. act as if it's the first time you've ever been thanked for a job well done. You had plenty of experience as an artisan before coming to work for me, didn't you?
I did, but an intermediary took care of the transactions.
Yeah, see, there you go.
So I never actually met a customer face to face. Believe it or not, this is the first time.
She's so sheltered in terms of the crafting. And maybe just in terms of life in general, she's reading very sheltered.
And I must say, the feeling is amazing. Really, really amazing. In fact, I should be thanking you, miss.
Alright.
Oh dear, she really is as sweet as you said, Raoul. I see why a long-time loader like you would speak so fondly of your new hand.
Oh, there we go. Despite the setbacks of her maybe not being as skilled with this particular work, and her having to teach herself for the basics again, Raoul has a fondness for her. She likes her attitude. Long-time loner. Sweet. outed as having feelings. I told you that was just between you and me. She's so stoic.
I'll be letting everyone back home know that Trollsoj Metalwares is the best place to buy their supplies. You'll be hearing from me again before long.
Hell yeah, spread the word. Spread the word. I appreciate it. Do come again soon. A little word of mouth, another order may come in before we know it. That said, Papani, you clearly still need more practice with crafting the essentials. And until she has a proper handle on things, I hope I can continue to rely on your help. Yeah, no problem. Once again, you maybe jumped the gun too much on, she jumped the gun on immediately being like, alright, I have a new hand, let's do bulk orders before testing her out first. Before seeing her abilities first. But I guess now that we're here, we can help take on these new bulk orders. She hasn't placed yet, but she can now reliably go and say, yeah, we can fulfill bulk orders, and we'll help teach Papani a little bit along the way. As she helps as she continues to get her footing. Alright, Raoul Soch is pleased with your efforts. She now considers you a meddlesome metal worker. Sure. The alliteration. Alright, oops, also I forgot to turn up the music again. There, we had turned it down for Ultima Thule, but there we go. Alright, Papani.
I never realized it would warm my heart so. To be thanked directly by a patron. That's a wonderful feeling.
Yeah, man, having your hard work appreciated. The Pot's Warden should have made sure that you were thanked for the stuff anyway. But yeah, 100%. I remember in the Shadowbringers metalworking quest, you know, like we also had an intermediary, but a lot of the times the clients would come, or was it the metalworking? Yeah, no, wait. It was the leatherworking and weaver one where we were restoring relics and stuff like that. They would come to give us thanks directly as additional appreciation. So that was always nice. But I guess going out to the Moblin lands is, you know, a little bit of a trek for most. All right, level 93. Hey, Aunt T. Okay, we're dealing with Aunt T's tacos. All right, Raoul Soch has a new order of business to discuss. Glad you get going. Thanks to our last client, word of our efficiency seems to have spread, and the new bulk order has come in. I trust I can still count on your help. Yep, smile and nod, smile and nod.
So, what's the request this time?
A large order of tortilla presses for Antis.
Who's that?
Antis Tacos just across the way over there. Some of the best tacos in Tuliolo alongside Shibali FTA. What? You never heard of Antis Tacos? It's one of the most popular taco places in the city.
I see. But our tortilla press is normally ordered in bulk. Surely her stock didn't break all at once.
Yeah. What happened? This is something of a special case. Seems the factory in charge of Antis tortilla production's having a complete overhaul and everything needs replaced, spares included. She wants us to prepare as many presses as possible. Kellen, I'd like you to make 6 of them. Polly and I'll handle the remainder. Be interested in this order to my shop because she has faith we'll get this job done in a timely fashion. Let's show her what we're made of. Alright, hell yeah, team.
You've got it. I'll do my best to make sure she leaves just as satisfied as our last customer.
Alright. A tortilla press is a little bit more complicated than a scythe, so Raul, make sure to like instruct her well. Alright, Papouni.
As I understand, the most crucial factor is to ensure each tortilla is pressed to a uniform size. This may require some metalworking wizardry.
Alright. She's got confidence. She's got some confidence. We'll give her that. Okay. It'll be hard. I'll be hard at work crafting my share of presses when I get a spare moment from tending the shop. As soon as you have your share ready, just say the word. Alright, tortilla presses. A durable tortilla press contrived for Antis tacos. Let us see what we need. Also, what was the reed scythe's flavor text? Just a scythe for harvesting reeds, specially designed to fit the hands of the Hanu. Yep, that was it. Alright. Okay. Okay, so this is all Dawntrail crafting stuff. So this was a little bit from last expansion things. We had to go back to some... I think they must have been later level because we didn't get trained eye, but that was all from last expansion stuff. Now we're into the Dawntrail stuff proper. So I already have lar ingots. So from doing the leave quests. So the lar ingots are from goldsmithing. You need high durium sand, which I still have a lot of, which you get from Labyrinthos. And then the lar ore, which can be gathered from out here in Urkopacha. So I've already made a few of those, have a few of those backstocked. And then Mountain Chondrite, we're gonna have to make more of this. I only have one in my inventory. Oh, but I have the materials on hand to make more, so we'll make these right now. So this required molybdenum ore, which you get right outside of, this is the locks. This is the locks in Stormblood. That's where you can pick up that. And then mountain chromite ore is out here in, also in Urkopacha. So it seems like the pattern for a lot of these things is get sent for some ore somewhere in a past expansion, and then ore, the bulk of the ore is from this expansion, somewhere in one of the new expansion zones for a lot of these things. And then lastly, we're gonna need ruthenium ingots. So I don't think I have any of these on hand. I did hand a bunch of these in for leave quests, but I don't have any ready. Oh, but I do have some of the ore backstocked. So we're good. We might be able to get through this one pretty quickly. So this one, high durium ore, we had to go out to Thavnir for this one. So just there by Thavnir. And then the ruthenium ore is out here in by north of the lake in Shalani. So we would have had to gone on quite the journey to gather all these, and I did go on the journey myself. I gathered all those things myself. But we'd have probably popped by Labyrinthos and then used the free aetheryte thing to go out to Thavnir, and that's the usual route that I took for these things. And then there would have been a couple additional trips out, trip out the locks for that one ore, and then a bunch of a tour around Thrall. But I think we have enough to make what we need here. So let's start crafting. Let's see. So we already have the Lar ingots. We have enough for that one. Enough and more. We need the more of the chromite ingot. Might as well do this on blacksmith. Let us make sure we have the buffs running for the additional experience. And then let's get to crafting. Sorry, we have the Lar ingots, but we need 5 more of the mountain chromite ingots. So let's start with this. Oh, also, I guess... Wait, hold on. We'll start in on this. We might have to go. I didn't see how much we needed for the ruthenium ingots. If it's 2 per or 1 per. But I think we should have enough. Let's see. Oh yeah, it's only 1 per, so we should be fine. We should be fine. All right. Crafting away. I guess, you know, while we're doing this, we might as well listen to the song that you posted, Bizmaker. Hold on. We got a lot of crafting to do here. I was gonna do it while I went out and gathered, but we might as well do it while we're here crafting. Let me turn off the Tuliol all jazz. There we go. Oops. And then let's see. Oh, this is like that lady who's a bunch of different ladies or something like that. I watched the tail end of a story. I had no idea what was happening. This is what you are. Warframe track. Oh, vocals. I feel like we need to hear the tink tink tinks. It's also, I guess, the water. Tink tink tink. Oh fuck, I fucked up. Whoops, I wasn't paying attention to the integrity we had left. That was my bad. Focus. We're not crafting lower level shit now. Whoops, wasted some materials there. I do like the start to it. I appreciate the okay, oh, we're getting into it now. I like that gentle, quiet start. Ooh. We popping off, alright. Okay, they bring the vocals back in for this part again. Cool, cool. Let's use the progress one for this one. And then Fire God's Blessing. Alright, we need 2 more of this ore. Alright, less enthused about this part of the song. But he's like, ha! Yeah! Alright, hold on, let's use this ability. I haven't used this one a lot, but this increases the next touch actions that we do, so pair that with Prudent Synthesis. And we should be good here. There we go. Alright, 1 more of this ingot. I do like this part with the vocals. Very epic. There we go. We'll observe to get past the poor condition and then do that. Okay. Alright, boom shakalaka. That's all we need for the chromite ingot. And then... Right, we need the ruthenium ingot. We need 6 of these. Let's see, maybe we'll go under armor for that one. Keep the experience even. All right, that was a very nice track. I like that one. I'll put that in my video game playlist. That was a good one. I'm sure it's very fitting for the story. It didn't really have lyrics or anything, so it's not really explaining the story itself in any capacity, but I think it's very nice. Yeah, but that in my video game playlist. Cool beans, hell yeah. Alright. Let's return to the Tuliolol jazz. There we go, the return of the Tuliolol jazz. Alright. Now we just have the ruthenium ingots. Okay, good. We still have our buffs running. Let's go. Yeah, I'm always happy to like listen to anybody's like video game song recommendations. There's a lot of really great video game songs out there, and sometimes I do vibe with some of them. Very epic, very good. There's a lot of video games that I may not have particularly played, but the music is just very beautiful. Few tracks that I have in that video game playlist from other franchises. Recently, there's a lore podcast for Final Fantasy 14 called like Lore Lines, that I stumbled into at some point. And I'm always game to listen to anybody speak about the lore or whatever have you. So I've listened into a couple of their streams or whatever have you. And in one of their streams, they were playing Final Fantasy 11 music. And oh sugar, I fucked up. It's alright. I think this will work out. I think we'll be fine. Will this make it all the way? No, not quite. Whoops. I got distracted again, just went into default crafting, and I gotta remember, because these are a little bit higher level, I gotta take a little bit more care. A little bit more care. But yeah, like recently they were playing Final Fantasy 11 music, and I stumbled upon and they were playing this track, and I was suddenly hit by a blast from the past, dude. When I was listening to this song, I'm just like, I've heard this before. Like, I knew the lyrics. I knew the lyrics as the song was playing, but it was a Final Fantasy 11 track, and I've never played Final Fantasy 11, so I must have encountered it somewhere in the past, and obviously played a lot to be able to remember the lyrics and stuff like that. It's this song, by the way. Hold on. This is Distant Worlds Final Fantasy 11. Sung by Susan Calloway. I heard this one and I was just like immediately hit by a wave of nostalgia, and immediately tossed that in my playlist because I haven't played Final Fantasy 11, but I clearly ran across this song before. And there's a few songs that I'll have that I have in a playlist now where I've been like, oh, I remember hearing this song. Like, I never played Dragon Age Origins myself, but there's the Liliana song that I have in the playlist as well. So I'm listening to this one a lot lately. Or you need to make 6 of these in total.
Journeys over snow and sand. What twist of fate has brought us to tread upon this land?
Banger of a song. Just like a very nice, like fantasy feeling that song. I like the epic like swell of the music there with the vocals. I understand why me from my youth apparently ran across this song and liked it, but like I said, like I was like blindsided by this one when I heard it again recently in association with Final Fantasy XI, because despite never having played Final Fantasy XI, I apparently listened to this song in the past, and when I heard this again, I was like, why do I know the lyrics for this? Oh, what is the context? Oh, I was just talking about, like, I listened to the track that you had linked, and I liked it. It was very nice. I liked the vocals, and so I put it in my I put it in my my video game playlist, and I was talking about how there's a lot of songs in my video game playlist that maybe aren't from video games that I've played, but that I really ended up liking. And I was talking about how I encountered this track again recently, that I somehow, this is from Final Fantasy XI, but I'd somehow heard this before, and when I heard this again recently, because I was, you know, with the Final Fantasy XI stuff being brought in, I came across this track or whatever have you, and I was like, oh my god, I know this song. Despite not having played 11, I like as the song was playing, I got hit by a wave of nostalgia, and I was just like, I know the lyrics to this one. Put in your what in? Sorry if the music's going too loud. I can't. Sometimes it's hard for me to tell what's too loud for you guys. But put in my video game playlist. So I have a playlist on the YouTube for different video game songs. I'm actually I'm splitting it in two, or I'm trying to split it in two. There's still some songs here and there that I need to make sure are sorted the right playlist. But I have one for like songs with vocals, and then songs that are more just like the general vibes with like no lyrics or stuff like that. But yeah, so you know, even for video games that I might not necessarily have played like 11, I still have a lot of nostalgia for some of these video game songs. I encounter them a little bit, and then you know, end up apparently ingraining themselves in my memory, and then I come across them later, and I'm just like, oh my god, this song, like that one from 11 apparently. Which I didn't even know that I knew. But yeah, sound is one of those memories that'll sometimes hit you with the nostalgia. Like I remember when I came back to Final Fantasy XIV. You know, because I had played it back in A Realm Reborn, and then I, you know, didn't pick it up again until just before Endwalker. So it had been, you know, several years, several years since then, and I got hit by a wave of nostalgia hearing the opening, like you know, like the opening screen, like character creation music. As also, I feel that nostalgia vibes for Gridania music as well. Now, I think that the opening, the main character screen is a general Final Fantasy like tune, but for me, it's always gonna be like nostalgia for Final Fantasy XIV because this was my first Final Fantasy. So, but I know a lot of people probably hear that and are transported to, you know, their own youth their own first Final Fantasies or whatever have you. Anyway, let's keep crafting here. We need to make 6 of these ingots in total, so we're almost halfway. The main theme for Crisis 2 does this to you? I see. Yeah, the nostalgias will definitely get you. And sometimes it'll even be randomly so. Like, you don't think you know a track until the track hits, and you're just like, oh man. Sudden feels train. Let's see, let's do 1 train finesse. There we go, there we go. Or Soviet Assault from Red Alert, I see. I don't know either of these games very well. Yeah, for sure, a lot of nostalgia to be had. I've recently been putting some older songs from some older games in my playlist as well, in my video game playlist, as well. That I'm just like, oh yeah, man, these songs. By older, I don't mean very, very old, but like, you know, from a whiles back, like as in not more recent. TLDR for Crisis 2 story is very funny and terrifying at the same time. Oh. Is that the vibes of Crisis 2? Very funny and also terrifying. I see. What kind of game is it then? Is like just like an action game? I can Google it, hold on. First-person shooter, I see. Looks very sci-fi. Or at least the guy has more like a advanced armor suit thing. All right, let's see. We need to make 3 more of these ingots for this delivery, and we can put it all together into our tortilla presses that we're making for this. Apparently. All right. Oh, we were just shy. Let's use a delicate synthesis here. Just get that a little bit there and then a little bit on the progress bar. Perfect. But yeah, just listening to some video game songs there put me on the nostalgia train. We can listen to I got some other tracks here on my playlist. This one was one that sent me back as well. Hold on. So this is from, let me turn off the Tuliolo jazz. Hold on. This is from Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Explorers of Sky. I think it's Explorers of Time, and Explorers the Sky was like the like full version with extra all the bobs and whistles or whatever have you. But I have a lot of nostalgia for this game. I still remember there's a lot of like the Pokemon side games that I really like Pokemon Rangers and the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon games. Those were a lot of fun. I really hope that it'd be cool if they put out a like the Pokemon side games. I think always pop off. Pokemon Ranger, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. People are still hoping for a new Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. The friggin' Pokemon Coliseum games were a lot of fun. Something like that again would be really cool. Yeah, let's play this one for a bit. Just like the initial like flare of music there. This is like heading into like the final fight stuff. And it has a lot of the themes from different songs earlier in the game or whatever have you, so it's a big nostalgia trip. Also, Bizmaker, you said basically humanity found out about aliens and started using their tech, and suddenly alien virus almost wiped entire humanity in the process. Oh, okay. So we gotta be careful, man. I mean, diseases be crazy just going from one side of the world to the other and like entirely different planets. Like, watch out. And that alien threat is not even army, it's basically cleaning Roombas. Oh, because they're infected with the virus? So the cleaning Roombas are coming after him? Like, oh, this is now a contaminated sector. Alright, let's see. Byrogot's blessing for the remainder of this. Okay. And then prudent synthesis. Prudent synthesis all the way home. Delicate synthesis is this one wrong ability. We're gonna be just shy here. That's okay, we are just, not, we get there. Alright, one more and then we can start putting this all together into deliveries that we need. Yeah, a lot of great tracks from Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. That definitely take me back. And let's do one more preparatory touch. And then we're gonna need... Hold on, use that. Okay, we should be enough now. There we go. Perfect. Serendipitous proc there. Alright, so that's all the ruthenium ingots we need. Let's put this together now into the tortilla presses. So one ruthenium ingot, one lar ingot, and one mountain chromite ingot. Also, as you said, it's not army units, it's just basic, not advanced Roombas that aliens left on Earth at some point. Oh, okay. If those Roombas are more advanced than anything on Earth, okay. It's basically like, yeah, this isn't even war technology, but it's like strong enough to wipe us out. You know, it's kind of the vibes as if like, oh, we left some of our Roombas behind, and then like ants rose up and gained their own civilization, but the Roombas were still running, and the Roombas are super dangerous. They're not like war technology stuff, but to the ants, the Roombas are dangerous, and we're the ants in this scenario. Kind of the vibe. But here's another track from whoops, that's just the opening. Here's another track from this. This is the Time Gear theme. while I'm making the tortilla presses. I like the pretty piano in this. Feeds well into the cosmic core that humanity are not that advanced, yeah. And main theme of Crisis 2 sells the atmosphere of the game. Cool, cool. Yeah, it definitely sounds like very interesting concepts. So you hear some of the motifs that get brought in this song and those brought back on the other song too. But in this one it's more like the gentle, the piano keys. It's supposed to be more like with the ticking of the clock vibe because it's supposed to be the time gear theme. The time gear being more or less like it's like an artifact that basically maintains like the time basically, and like the whole plot of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, like Explorers of Time / Explorers of Sky / Explorers of whatever. Like I said, the Explorers of Sky is kind of like the remaster version with all the bobs and whistles. The story is basically just like you mysteriously wash up on a beach or whatever have you. You join this exploration organization for the Pokemon, and then you're basically like you're exploring these dungeons, which is where the roguelike aspect comes in, and you're uncovering that there's some mysterious figure that's trying to steal the time gears. And over the course of the story, you find out why and how it's related to your mysterious origin or whatever have you. It's very cool. And also you have like this power to be able to like, kind of like the Echo in Final Fantasy XIV, to be able to like see moments of the past or to have visions. Very Echo-like. Whoops. I used the wrong ability there. I wanted to use a progress ability. I accidentally used a quality 1. We were already max quality. Whoops. Accidentally clicked a different song there. But yeah, it's really great music. Also, as you said, it's also written by a very popular person. I wonder if you can guess who. I probably can't. I don't really know. I don't often keep in mind the names of developers. I know obviously there's a lot of very famous ones, and I know, you know, like Soken in Final Fantasy XIV gets a lot of praise or whatever have you. So that's a name that I remember because it's brought up a lot. But in terms of like names of very popular like video game music composers, I don't like. I remember it sometimes if I hear it. I'm just like, oh, isn't that the person that did this? But I'm not always that great with names, so I probably can't guess. Like I think it was like what, Jeremy Souls, something like that, who did like the Skyrim music, but that's like the only other one that I can think of at the top of my head. But I'm sure if you said it, I'd be like, oh yeah, I've heard that name before. Probably. Or maybe not, who knows. Alright, we got more tortilla presses to make. Let's see what other I got some Final Fantasy tracks in this playlist now. Like I have the Cradle of Hope, the Omicron from the Omicron quest. I have this on the playlist now as well. This track, because it's such a good one. Yeah, there's a lot of songs that I have here that also have the lyrics and stuff like that. Got a couple of tracks from Journey. There's a lot of really nice like Okami music, some tracks from World of Warcraft songs. There's a bunch of them here. Some covers of some songs that people have done on the internet. Hans Zimmer. Oh, I recognize that name. Yeah. I don't know offhand what he's done, but I do recognize the name. Yeah, the Omicron reputation stuff, really good. People should do that one, that reputation storyline. I know it often gets recommended, but it is very much just like an epilogue to Ultima Thule. And obviously this track I love. I have it playing in my apartment. Or it's on the playlist in my in-game apartment. Alright, two more, and then we'll be able to continue the story here, hand in this delivery for the Dawntrail Metalworking Role Quest. Alright, last one. This repeats that track again, but this one, really good Final Fantasy 14. Really good job, So can you do it again? I love this track. Let's see, hold on a second. Oops, hold on, that was a proc. I probably should have used it. Oh well. Oh, here's another one. This one's from way back in like when I played Aeon. I remembered this track. I think it was like played in some cities or whatever have you, but for the like Angel faction or whatever. And I remember like hearing this at one point and it gave me a lot of nostalgia because I played a little bit of Aeon, a little bit of the Aeon leveling. Turn that up a little bit. So yeah, this is Song of Moonlight from Aeon. Soundtrack for video games are more interesting than any of their tracks, at least for me. Hell yeah, man, hell yeah. I mean, there's a lot of great music out there, and I'm sure there's a lot of like I like you know, like the music for games. They're obviously going for a certain vibe or whatever have you, that obviously like a lot of like different than a lot of more like mainstream music, but there's a lot of music out there. I feel like a lot of like more traditional musics kind of hit similar vibes. But yeah, video game songs, a lot of them do pop the heck off. All right. We shall pause that song. But that was a very good one. That was a very good one too. I have a lot of really good tracks in my video game playlist. All right. So let's get back over here to Rauch Soj. Before I hand these in, let me take a quick sip of water here. Make sure to stay hydrated, everybody. All right, hydration achieved. Let's see. So yeah, we've made our tortilla presses here. Let's hand these in and continue the story here with the Dawntrail Metalworking Role Quest. So we'll hand these in. Spread the experience across each of the class. We'll hand them in 2 by 2 on each class. All right. Finished already, have ya? This has just the right amount of weightiness to it, and the surfaces look perfectly flat. I dare say T will steal whatever competition is left with the tortillas she makes from these. Steal whatever competition is left. All right, and then... Oh, our armor is almost close to leveling. Did I craft a lot on the armor? Okay, hold on. We'll do a couple on Goldsmith, a little behind, so maybe we'll just put the rest of them on Goldsmith. Armor has already had a lot of love. I think I just got into the vibe there of crafting on armor, and I wasn't paying attention to how much experience I was putting on them. I'm trying to keep them relatively even. not letting one run too far away with the experience. Alright, Ralsoj. Everyone meet T. T, meet the team. Hello, I am T-Sol, the proud owner of Aunt T's Tacos. It's lovely to meet you all. Your lightning fast work with the presses is an absolute godsend. I can't thank you enough. We've been using only hardwood presses at the manufactory till now, but I can't tell you how many times I've had to order replacements. The things seem to break at the slightest bit of force. Having metal presses will be a huge relief. Yeah, I can't only imagine with the wood presses. Yeah, metal press is probably a little bit more durable, yeah. I guess maybe wooden presses are like more traditional. She just decided to replace all of them in one go. I promise you, these can take a beating and then some. I don't doubt it. And seeing as you've proven yourself a woman of your word, you'll be the first I come for my cooking supplies from now on. We're proving ourselves to the peoples. We are fast and reliable. Now then, I must be getting these presses to the manufactory and we do quality work. So I'll excuse myself here. Do be sure to visit my store next chance you get. Would be a shame if you didn't get the taste of the tortillas you had the hand in making. Saleswoman to the end. Hey, you know, stop by for some tacos. Ah, man, tacos would be nice. Anyway, though, Ralsoj. Never been able to fulfill the order in time if not for you, Kelvin. My thanks. No problem, that's what I'm here for. Lighten the load a little bit.
Selwyn, Mistress Ralsoj, I am so sorry. Once again, I was too slow. I only managed to prepare a single press.
It's alright, lass. You're learning, and this one was way more complicated than the scythes. And now that you know you're getting experience on the way, you'll get speed. Don't rush yourself too much, lass. You'll get there, you'll get there. But Bonnie, you put your heart into your work, I can see that. Yeah, dedicated to quality, and that's what matters, you know? Might be a little, yeah, the speed will come in time, but the first thing is make sure you get the quality good first. And speed will come later. You don't want speed at the sacrifice of quality, so. But if you're gonna continue to work here, you need to come to grips with the stipulations of the job. Truth be told, I need you outputting the same amount that's going here. I mean, in the end. Dude, Ralsoj, don't be too harsh on her. She's relearning. She'll get there in time. She'll get there in time. You know, you don't have to put the pressure on her right now. You know, it's kind of like we'll handle the bulk orders and she'll handle a few here and there. And as she goes, she'll gain more confidence and gain more practice with some of the stuff that we're particularly making here. And then she'll get better. That's just how it is. Some things take time. I've been watching you work. You spend far too much time devoting your attention to a single item.
I'm sorry. I was so thrilled to see my efforts appreciated before. I thought if I put all my all into these presses as well, Mistress Soul would be overjoyed.
Yeah, I guess there is something to be said as well about maybe she's, you know... You don't want to get too like focused in on the details. You know, you want to make sure like something's good enough, and you don't have to like polish it to a mere sheen necessarily. You know, you know, you don't have to make sure it's perfect before you move on to the next thing. You're just like, all right, this is good. It's good enough quality. Let's move to the next one. You want to make sure you're, you know, also doing stuff in a timely manner. I mean, it's the same with anything. It's the same with anything. I have a tendency to be a little bit of a slow worker, but that's only because I like to take my time with things. And then maybe also sometimes I have this problem of getting caught a little bit too much in the details. Where it's just like, all right, good enough, keep moving.
I wanted to make them flawless and easy to maintain, and in the process I completely lost track of time.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to want to improve it in that capacity, but maybe if we're ordering them, like, maybe like you spend some time trying to like improve on something later, and just make sure the things are of good enough quality to begin with, and then refine the process. Take some time to refine the process later when we're not under the time crunch, because it's admirable to want to improve on something. I admire that you're trying to make the best product possible, but sometimes the customer only wants a tool that works, and they want it quick. Try to keep that in mind next time. Yeah. That's just how it be. The when ordering something, there's the triangle of you want it. You can have it fast, cheap, or well made, but you can only have two at once. You know, I only have two of those things at once. So you can have something fast and cheap, but it won't be well made. Or you can have something well made and fast, but it won't be cheap. Or you can have something you can have something well, you know, like etc., 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 etc. in terms of that triangle. You can have something well made and cheap, but it might take time. It might take more time or something like that. All right. Calvin, looks like you're not rid of me yet. I can't rely on your help forever, but for now, please continue to lend us your expertise. And no problem, ma'am. We're here to tide you over in this time as our last pony here, as your helper hand gets her foot in. You want to keep putting in those bulk orders? But Pawnee lass, don't worry, you'll get there. You'll get there. You're refining your process. Ral had fair criticism there, but also like sometimes you'll just need some practice to get where you need to go. Alright, Ral so is just delighted with your efforts. She now considers you a marvelous metalworker. Sticking with the alliteration. Alright, Bizmaker, you said, guess who forgot that you shouldn't eat pineapple with wounds on your mouth? Oh no. Yeah. Oh, the pineapple city will get you there, yeah. Definitely not the best for getting into a wound. Pineapple, though, very tasty. But yeah, getting into a wound, maybe no buenos. Alright. Papani?
If speed is such a priority, then... No, I mustn't think like that.
Yeah, lass, don't sacrifice quality for speed, man. Don't go too far in the opposite direction. Don't tilt too far in the opposite direction. It's gonna be there. You gotta find the right balance. All right, level 95. A job quickly done. An urgent order has come in, and Ralsoj needs your help to see it completed. You're just the person I wanted to see, Kelvin. An urgent order has come in. Our client this time is a traveling pillow peddler who needs as many lightweight lanterns as we can make before she departs the city. Well, she'll use a number of lanterns herself during her travels. I understand she intends to sell the majority of them to folk back home. I'll need you both working at a brisk pace today.
Yes, ma'am. Will the lanterns be used on an alpaca back, or will they be carried by hand?
Good question.
It's just, depending on how the lanterns will be used, their intensity, size, and practicality ought to be considered.
Yeah. Good points, Les. Good points. A slave to the minutiae as ever. Very well, I'll instruct you as we work. No, Roush, she's right. These are factors to be considered. Like, do we put a handle on it if it's going to be held by hand? Like, you want something of good quality that's fit for the uses. You don't just want, like, here's a bunch of lanterns. You know,
Do you not wish to hear these details as well, Kelwin?
I do. I spend some time with the Pillow and have a grasp of their needs, or nay, I need only my intuition. Now we'll go with the first one. Like, nah, I have an idea of what kind of lanterns they're asking for, maybe. But I would like to hear the details. But I think I know this. This comes down to my experience, but you don't have that experience, so that's why it's good that you're asking these details.
Oh, I had no idea. I've seen little of the word myself, so my outlook is probably narrower than most.
Yes, very sheltered you are, Alice.
Mayhap that is why it takes me so long to understand the needs of our patrons.
But it's good that you're listening, man, because if I know anything from the crafter quests at all, it's that, you know, when you're making something for somebody, you know, you want to listen to what their need, and that's what they need, and then make something specifically for that need for them. You know, you want to keep that in, keep what they want in your mind when you're crafting, and that's what will lead to the best quality of the item. So you're doing good, Lass. You're doing good.
Maybe I should... No, this isn't the time. I must concentrate on completing the task set before me first.
Maybe it'd be good if you traveled? Is that what you're saying? Like, I'll help it get started. In the meantime, I need you prepping those lanterns as soon as able. If you can craft at least 6, we should be in the clear. Once again, 6. No particular reason on this number. It's not because of the deliveries. Don't worry about it. 6. Alright.
The lanterns are to be used for travel. They must not be only lightweight, but durable as well. Which materials would be best suited to accomplish such a feat? Think, Papauni. Think.
You're doing good, Papauni. Honestly, Rouse should be helping you on this as well, to be like what kind of materials you need should be handed to you or whatever. But what materials to use specifically has come up in a lot of different crafting quests. Of, you know, like, hey, we need to achieve this. What would be the best materials for this? Is a difficult question. One that's come up in the crafting stuff a lot. The client will be departing before long, but I know I can count on you to have those lanterns ready. Alright, a durable yet light lantern designed with the diminutive Pello in mind. Alright, we're also gonna have to spend our scripts. We're also gonna have to spend our scripts before we engage. Hold on. Alright, so we'll have this delivery, and then there's gonna be the level 95 here. You get handed something, you're like, craft this. And then that'll be probably as far as we go today, and then we'll save the last delivery and the finale for next time. So let's see. Okay, we need lar ingots for this one. So we only have 3, so I'm gonna have to make more of this. Do I have... Okay, I have enough materials to make more, so we'll just have to make some more. We don't have to go out particularly gathering. And then cobalt tungsten ingot and tallow candle. Why the fuck? Okay, it's not a crafting thing. Do we buy this? I think this is something we need to buy specifically. Hold on. Yep. Okay, we have to buy it from a vendor. I don't see one listed from Tuliyola, but it might just not be there yet, because it seems like there's one in a lot of different areas. There's one in each of the main cities. And then one in Kugani and one in Crystarium. So I don't know. Maybe we'll go check the vendor that we bought some stuff in the past from and see if he has it. There was the Alchemist and Culinarian quest sent us out to this guy before. So do you have a tallow candle? No, but he's got the Cheremoya we had before, but not a tallow candle. All right. Well, we can just find one of these vendors. So there's one in Limsa, one in Ul'dah, one in Gridania, one in Ishgard, one in Kugane, one in the Azim Steppes of all places, and then one in the Crystarium. So we'll see if we're going into any of those places. Let's see what else we need. So yeah, we already have what we need for the lar ingot. Let me see what we need for the cobalt tungsten ingot. So we need cobalt ore, which we can get from out by Thanland. So if we're heading to Ul'dah, we can pop by there and get the candles. And then we also need cobalt and the tungsten ore, which can be found in Yaktael. All right, let's get the cobalt ore first. Yeah, we have more than enough for the lar ingot, for the 3 lar ingots, 3 more lar ingots that we need. And while we are by Ul'dah, we'll pick up the tallow candle. You know what? Let's use. Hold on. Let me use the twin adder aetheryte ticket. Okay, so we're looking for, when we get to Ul'dah, we're looking for a vendor in the Steppes of Thal. I don't know if that's the market area specifically. We'll find him, we'll find him. Up, you know what, I could probably use the aetheryte to just go straight to the airship landing here. Also, we're gonna use the, dodge the 120 gil Ul'dah airship fee just by going to the gold saucer. Because gold saucer airship fee, not that 120 gil is a lot anyway, but you can just do this for free by going to the gold saucer and then going to Ul'dah, because to the gold saucer is free and then to Ul'dah is free. Never pay for Ul'dah airship fee ever again with this simple trick. Not that once again 120 gil is a lot anyway. Alright, let's see. So this guy is in the Steppes of Thal. That the... Oh yeah, he's in the market area probably. So the market area on the right. Yeah. This is all the Steppes of Thal area. This section is the Steppes of Now, but this particularly market row is called like the this is the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. So we're on the Ruby Road Exchange. And then this is the Sapphire Exchange, and then it goes into like the Gold Court and then all these other fucking areas. Coliseum or whatever. Etc, etc. So we are looking for a vendor called Freduri. Or are these? Oh, here he is, right here. Perfect. Dude, hello. You have candles? How many do we need? Okay, it's 1 candle per, so we only need 6 candles. I'll report you to Yoshi. He will SSD fee. What? What does SDD stand for? And also what? Oh, for dodging the Ul'dah airship fee? They'll never catch me. Oh, he'll add a fee to the gold saucer? Nah, he won't. How would all of the people that are only subscribed to the game for to get to level 15 and then go out to play Mahjong, how will they get there? Gotta make sure they can get there for free. They might not even have any gil in the inventory. Righto, hold on. Candles. Tallow candle. Here we go. Boom, shakalaka. There we go. Those are the candles that we need. Hey, listen, this isn't avoiding taxes, not avoiding tax. It's just they're offering these airship rides for free, and we're just going on a bit of a detour so we can do it for free. All right, to Northern Thanalan. I think it's between the 2 camps anyway, so I don't think it matters which one we go to. Alright, let's also get to mining. Let's see, we need two of these per item. Okay. We only need like 12 cobalt ore. We might as well get some more while we're out here. We might as well get some more while we're out here. Using a loophole in this economy? Exactly. Gotta stick it to the big airship corporations. But this is like not really abusing a loop. Well, the poor will die airship fees then. Not a lot of people taking a trip to will die if these airship fees get freaking if people using this loop or whatever. But the thing is, if this wasn't in the actual real world, there would still be a lot of people paying for the Ul'dah airship fee because they would want direct flight to Ul'dah. And the only reason we're getting around of it is because we're going on a detour to the gold saucer. To the gold saucer first. But there's a lot of people that are still pay for the airship fee. Because they're probably merchants or other people like that. And we're just people that make this journey a lot who are just like, hey, you know what? They're offering... we can take a little bit of time to go on a bit of a detour and then not pay. Listen, if you find a way to save yourself a little bit of money by being a little smart about something, that's great. That's great. Power to you, man. Power to you. Because some people are just trying to gouge you for money. Some people will be like, hey, buy this thing, and you'll just be, or you can be like, buy this thing that's cheaper that does the same thing. Because some people are trying to sell some fancy doodangle or whatever to do something. You're just like, you don't actually need this specific fancy doodangle for it. You can just use this thing that's more generalized and cheaper. No, it's called being savvy. All right, we'll do like one more node or so from here. Okay, maybe one more for crystals. Our usual bonus node, just to harvest crystals, cause might as well. So I guess we really have no need for lower level crystals, but I think I have a shit ton of them. But you know, never run out of crystals. All right, so I'm gonna put the candle over here. When did I get grenade ash? Did I accidentally harvest grenade ash at some point? Anyway, who knows? When did you get here? Anyway, I may have accidentally clicked grenade ash at some point. All right, so we have the cobalt ore. Now let me just double check. Okay, we got the candle. We already have what we need to make more of the large ingots that we need. We have the cobalt ore. We just need the cobalt tungsten ore, which is from Yakdal. So back to Duliol we go. Like idiots buying iPhones? Oh, you mean like as opposed to like Android? Yeah, I remember the video you said comparing the two. Yeah, I mean certainly. I mean, a lot of people just buy on brand alone, but you know, maybe if they did look into the comparison. I mean, certainly if Android's doing a little bit, I don't know about Android. I've never had an Android phone. Like I had a Motorola flip phone, and then my first smartphone was an iPhone, and I still have that phone, and that's this phone that I still use. So I haven't been like upgraded to a new phone yet. Though I do have
I do have, like, my aunt had a newer phone that she was done with. She was upgrading away from, but it was still a very working phone. She gave it to me. So I have, like, a newer model phone that if my phone ever dies, I can go over to that one. And I've had to go over to it already a little bit because my phone, it's not dying. It still works perfectly fine, but it's so old that it's not getting some of the updates. So some of the apps I can't use on that phone anymore. So there's some stuff that I've had to be like, I want to use this app. I'm gonna have to use the newer phone for it. But I guess I didn't have to teleport out to the dirigible thing. I could have just teleported straight out to Yagtel. I was going on muscle memory. But yeah, maybe if I were buying a new phone, I could look into an Android. And certainly if they're doing a little bit less of the there's a lot of Apple products, you know, they have a lot of like planned obsolescence things. You know, it feels like they just want to shell you out the next phone, get you the next phone as soon as possible. So, you know, they stop supporting old phones, or you know, some things are a bit shoddy, you know, etc., etc. Or they make things intentionally very hard to repair. That happens, that's a lot in like some of their computers. All right, let's see. So I think the tungsten ore was just here to the south of Ixprax. Up it raining. Yep, it's down here in this little crater over here. So we're gonna need a fair chunk of this because we need two of these per lantern that we're making. And we need there's 5 per thing, so we're gonna need 60, and then we might as well pick up a little bit extra while we're here. So mining away, we'll double it. Since we're out here anyway, might as well we'll double it. Don't know if we'll need it for a later delivery, and if not, I can always use it for leave quests later. Since we're here. Let's just say that if you will buy not cheap Android, like a normal one that costs almost as an iPhone, you will be more pleased with Android because of the stuff you can do on Android, I see. Definitely something to look into if I'm ever looking to upgrade my phone. Because I haven't really like I said, the first smartphone I ever got was an iPhone, and then just been the phone brand we've kind of stuck with here. But if I'm ever looking to replace it, I'll definitely look more into Android because I don't know a lot about, you know, phones in general, phone stuff. So like I said, I went from flip phone to this smartphone like a decade plus ago, and I haven't really needed to think about too much about phones since. I'm like, this one works good enough. Hold on. Next mining node. The only one good reason to buy an iPhone is VTuber app. That's it, nothing else. Like a VTuber app for like VTubing from your phone, or what? I guess there would be like specific apps that maybe only work on iPhone or whatever have you. Who knows? I don't know. Technologies. Which phone to use? I have no idea. I haven't had to think about it. Or research into phones for a long time. My phone's still kicking. Oh, wow. Oh, okay, all right. Oh, well, they rejuvenated. We missed we did the 1% chance for this to fail. And we lost a node there to the 1% chance, of course. I could get rid of that. I could make sure that that's 100% chance, but I'm like 99 percentile. Surely that's good enough. We use our sweet GP on other stuff. If you are buying it only for a VTuber app, you should just kill it and make it impossible to go online, or else it will update itself and the app will be broken again. Oh man, fuck. I hate when there's an update that goes out and it's like immediately breaks. That's why if anything updates, I'm usually just like, yeah, hold off on that update for a while and maybe I'll update it later, because sometimes something will launch buggy when an update rolls out initially, or sometimes, yeah, it does just freaking like break something or change something that a lot of people liked. So a lot of people will be like, make sure you have the older version or whatever have you. Some VTubers are using iPhones for their camera to track their face movement. Oh, okay. I see. That's gotta be like, it's gotta be big on the battery life of the phone though. Just buy a camera at that point. But all right. The app dies every update of phone system. Oh. Oh, so it's like when a game gets an update and all the mods break. And the modders are just like, no. Like when the graphics update came out in Final Fantasy XIV. A lot of the mod makers had to get back to the grindstone to make everything work again with the new graphics update. I'll drink a cordial here. You don't remember a single Apple product update that didn't kill something? I mean, there's probably updates that go out all the time. But yeah, a lot of times, yeah, updates will cause problems, yeah, for sure. Nighttime Yaktail theme go. Lost 20 hour of footage because of this update with the VTuber app specifically. Oof. Oof, man. $20 hours of footage, that's rough. Oh, you're just talking like an iPhone update in general? Yeah, it would suck if I have I think I have most of the shit backed up. I should double check that, honestly. Some like my photos and stuff on my phone. But if anything like broke like the storage or anything like that, not up to some phone. Okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was just like, no, wait, you probably just mean the phone in general. Yeah. Yeah, if I were to lose any of those photos, I'd be a bit miffed. They updated the player and the way videos are saved and killed every previous video that you had. Oh, man. Yeah. And it does remind me that I gotta make sure things, my photos on my phone and stuff like that are backed up. So I got some good photos on there. Some photos of my pets that we used to have that I'd like to save or whatever, and then some other stuff. Some other, a lot of like stuff that probably like whatever, but there's a lot of things I'd like to make sure would get saved. Lot of memories. All right, to the next node. We're just collecting a little bit of extra here since we're out here. Might as well mine some extra. And then once we're done here, I think I'm gonna take a little bit of a break to stand up a little bit, and then we'll and refill my water and stuff. And then we'll... Oh, node rejuvenated, hell yeah. And then we'll craft all the things we need for this delivery. Like you said previously, the 2 of soundtracks in... Oh, in the direct message is basically soundtracks of my life. Despair and depression. Oh, man. Yeah, it can be rough sometimes. But I'm sure there is also the good times too. The rough times, the good times. You know, as Final Fantasy XIV says, you know, they go hand in hand. Such as the ups and downs of life. Though definitely sometimes some people get, sometimes people, man, there's a lot of times where it's gonna be unluckers. It's gonna be big unluckers. Things hit back to back to back or whatever. Poor souls. Not the scariest shit even. Someone lost entire game because of MacBook update. Like they were making a game. Oh no, man. Oh no. Yeah, this is why I'm reminded once again to have backup. To back up my shit. Make sure it's stored at least somewhere else. Wow, that we failed the 1% chance to fail on that. Alright, I think we'll do this node and then a bonus node for some crystals, and then we'll be Gucci. To honestly, he's an idiot because he didn't upload to the cloud, but still, yeah. That's for that's a life lesson to make sure to always back up your shit. But yeah, sometimes you forget or you think you've backed it up, but you haven't. I've definitely been in that situation before, so I can understand. It's the second time when you fail to 1% upgrade your gear. Well, this is just like the level 90 gear, so. And like I said, I can always just use an ability to do sharp vision, and then that'll put it up to 100%. I'm just using my GP elsewhere. So, you know, it's very, the 1% fail is like, whatever, okay, I don't get ore for this attempt. It's not like that. Though eventually I should pick up the level 100 gear. I just have to go farm the max level scripts for that shit. And, or I guess I could, can you craft crafter gear? You probably can, right? I'll get to gearing these out on 100 eventually, but you know, right now it serves its purpose. I'm focusing on making sure these guys get to 100 first, and we finish the Dawntrail Role Quest first, and then I can focus on spending some time gearing. All right, but yeah, let's go back to, well, actually, yeah, there's no reason we have to go back out to Tuliyola. We've listened to a lot of the Tuliyola jazz. We can enjoy some nice Yakdal themes. But before we do that, I'm going to take a little bit of a break here, so a little bit of a break, and then we'll get to crafting all the things we need for this delivery. We have all of the stuff we need for it. Now we just need to craft everything. And then it will be this delivery, and then the next quest. There'll be the midway point level 95 quest where it'll just be like, here, craft this, and they'll toss the goods at us. We'll get a little bit of a story moment or whatever have you. And then that'll be as far as we get in the metalworking role quest today. So we'll do those things, this delivery, the next little part of the quest, and then the final delivery and the finale we'll save for next time. But we still have this stuff to get to. And then we also have the continuation of our custom delivery storyline to get to. We're currently working on the Ameliance custom delivery. So that's what we're gonna get to here soon, but let me take a little bit of a break. Let me take a little bit of a break first here to stand up, do some stretches, refill my water. Anybody else has maybe been sitting for a while now, maybe a good time to maybe stand up yourself, maybe go grab some water, go grab a snack. Make sure to take care of yourself. But yeah, I guess while we're... Well, you know what? I do like the Yak to L nighttime theme. I'll turn this up a little bit and then I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. I'm back. Let's see. Here we go, boom shakalaka. Alright, so... yeah, here we are. We've collected all we needed for this next set of delivery for the Metalworking Role Quest. So we just need to craft all this and then make it into lanterns. Make it into lightweight lanterns. So let's start craftage here. Unexpected USB noise? Yeah, oh, sorry about that. That was me plugging my headset. I'm just like, I should probably plug it in, just make sure it doesn't run out of charge. Yeah, hello. USB sound, that was me. Plugging in my wireless headset, just making sure we don't run out of the charge here. I was like, oh, you know what? Might as well. Let's see. What are we lower? Yeah, okay. Well, first let's make we need 3 more of these lar ingots. So we already have 3, so we just need 3 more. So we'll start with this. Oh, again, so sound of surprise, why? Also, as you said before, speaking of despair, Forgive Me, Father 2 is released. Your wallet is scared. What is... I've never heard that game before. What is it? What kind of game is it? You need to get your alchemist to 100. It's your final one. It's at 97. Ah, I see. So it was like a it was like a more like kind of thing. Yeah. Yeah, man. Good luck. Good luck. You'll get there with the power of leave quests. Oh, you said God about the USB. Okay. Okay. The random USB sound, I guess, translated as God. Yeah, that's do be how it be. Apologies for basically most of the only time. At least I have the good cable. When my cable was dying before, it would be like freaking it would be like USB disconnecting sounds all fucking over the place because the cable was dying. So anytime I'd have to charge my headset, it'd be like shit, fuck, shit. Trying to make sure it got in the right angle or it was properly plugged in so that it wouldn't just keep on being like diddlin, 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 diddlin. It was fucking right. It's nutty. But yeah, occasionally the USB sound from the unplugging and replugging of the wireless headset. Apologies. Anytime I stand up, unplug the wireless headset, this sound. Anytime I replug in the headset, this sound. Might happen. Might happen. So if anybody's just like, did my computer make that sound? No, it was me. Alright, we got a proc here. Let's go. Yeah, there's the good again. Can't wait until the game will just be projected right into my brain, but then it'd be disconnecting sounds, but straight to your brain. And also, I'm sure would definitely come with its own problems. Listen, the brain is a delicate thing. I ain't letting shit close to it. Ah, shoot, I should have used that proc. Oh well, oh well. Alright, so yeah, just 2 more of these lar ingots because we already had 3 rip-roaring and ready to go. When you can't sleep because you're playing Final Fantasy XIV in your REM cycle? Pfft. Yep. I mean, there's definitely been, you know, video game dreams. that are sometimes had. I've had like World of Warcraft dreams before. I don't know if I've had a Final Fantasy 14 dream recently of doing something in Final Fantasy 14, but definitely do happen. When playing a game a lot, sometimes you get some dreams. That's like anything. The brain is mysterious. Definitely have like the most random dreams. Brain is too impulsive to let things like that link to it. Yeah. If we're talking about the video game stuff, yeah. You had a dream where all your friends unfriend you in FF? No. Oh man, bad dream. You know, when I had World of Warcraft ones, it would always be like, oh, like I'm in with the raid team and we're like some new raid, but of course it's like dream. It's like a dream, so like you jump around all over the fucking place in dreams sometimes, so it'd be like kind of hard to follow, but it would usually be something like a new zone or like in a new raid or like trying to do some mechanic. It would always be something like that. With the raid team. That's the usual World of Warcraft dreams I would get on occasion. People unfriending in FF sounds like one of this like a stress dream. I get stress dreams on occasion. Like oh, you know, you haven't completed this you haven't completed your schoolwork for something or something like that, and dude, it's just like I've graduated from university now. It's been fucking years. Why you do this to me, brain? Or like there's been every once in a while, occasionally there's been like, you know, driving stress dreams. Not recently, thank goodness, but definitely in the past I've had them. Where it's, you know, like suddenly you're too short to look over the dash or something like that, or like other stuff. Oh no, gas pedal broke, you know, like those kind of stress dreams. You have school stress dreams when you're late for class and you realize I'm like 20 now. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, yeah. Or like dreams about like high school, and it's just like brain, come on, it's been how many fucking years? You know, late for class in high school brain. And oddly, sometimes my high school dreams, it'll be like high school, but it'll be in my elementary school. I'll be like, this is supposed to be the elementary school. Not even the right location, brain. And brain's just like, listen, close enough. That's all we needed. Unearth the memory is good enough. Put it in there. Shake and bake. But you know, that's also would lead to some very interesting dreams and stuff like that. All right, okay, yeah, we have all the lar ingots we need. We're good. All right, so which means we need to move on to crafting the cobalt tungsten ingots, and then we'll have everything we need. So let's do this on blacksmith, because armor's already got a lot of love. The crafting. So we're gonna need 12 of these specifically. So we're gonna have to craft a fair amount. We're gonna have to craft a fair amount. Okay, random line. Odds of getting killed by a deer are low, but never zero. Is that a meme? I mean, it's true. I mean, it's true. It's low, but never zero. You gotta watch out, man. Sometimes they aren't the people underestimate deers, man, but with the antlers, you know, they can do some damage. They can do some damage. Or, you know, like any, or like with a kick or something like that. Like with any big animal, if an animal's big enough, it's got a lot of heft to it, they can do some damage, man. You gotta watch out. And then also especially animals with like horns and stuff like that. There's the same thing with like, you know, animals, like tame animals, like cows or like pigs or anything like that. Some of these animals can be pretty big, especially cows, pretty big. You know, you gotta watch out. Same with like horses, you know, gotta be cautious. You know, when I went to like a horse riding camp when I was younger for a little bit. It was a lot of fun. It was like a day camp. Where like the first half of the day would be like you know, horse riding lessons, and then the second half of the day would be like, you know, lunch and then like games and stuff like that. It was during the summer. We did that for a couple of years. And you know, one of the lessons was, you know, like never walk behind a horse, because because sometimes a horse will get spooked. And they'll kick. And they'll kick. There's also, you know, people that have broken their toes or other stuff like that, or foot or stuff like that, because a horse accidentally like shuffled and like stepped on them. And some of these horses are big, chunky boys. And lasses. Oh, it's in the memes. Okay, hold on, I can pull it up one. As we're crafted in here. You rewatch the VOD, if you know the story up to that point, you will see how that track tells the story of your entire journey up to that moment. Oh, right, for the song that you linked for Warframe? Okay. In terms of like the motifs, because obviously it's just a it doesn't have any lyrics or anything like that, so it's all got to be like via the audio. Via like there's not really anything like that's telling a story in that song necessarily, besides maybe if they're using motifs in a smart way. But all right, hell yeah. Or is it just in terms of like the way the music plays out, like what the when the music swells, or when the music, like the different parts of the song represent different parts in the story? That's cool too. Oh, hold on. This is a meme on Twitter. Hold on. Clip. Odds of getting killed by a deer are low, but never zero. Deer looking menacingly from a distance. That's what I say. That's what I'll say in the PvP games when I'm not doing so well. It's just like, hey, watch out. Odds of getting killed by me are low, but not zero. Dun dun dun. It's a very smart use of motifs. I see. Hell yeah. All right. We just gotta get through the progress. We're a bit low on CP right now. Yes, this is not good. We're in a bit of a conundrum. I think we frigged up too much. We're gonna have to YOLO, because this won't get us the rest of the way, for sure. We're gonna have to YOLO on the rapid synthesis. 50-50 chance. We hit it. Alright, yay, saved. Also, while I'm thinking of it, we should eat some food while we're doing this. For the experience gain, and then also for the buff. Alright, back to crafting our cobalt ingots. Only crafted one. We have focus. I have so many to get through. We have to make 12 of these. Also busy say Destiny 2 does the same with Deep Stone Lullaby. Oh, okay, okay. I know Final Fantasy 14 definitely does that too, where they bring in the motifs like from different songs to all like to show how it interweaves into the new song and how that represents what's happening in the story or whatever have you. Or, you know, like when certain characters come back, they'll bring in their motifs and whatnot. And then it also leads to the epic moments, like, you know, in the Endsinger fight where, like, all the different, like, the motifs from different expansions come together. My bet is you'll like Deep Stone Lullaby? I probably will. It sounds nice if it's a lullaby, sure. Can always feel free to link it. Hold on. Oh, while we're making this, we can listen to some stuff. I know you linked, I think you linked some other stuff in the Discord. Is this Max Payne 2 theme? There's a lot of Max Payne themes. Crisis 2 menu music. Listen to this. Hold on. Let me turn off the Yagtel daytime music now. Yagtel daytime music. See you in a bit. Crisis 2 menu. Very, very foreboding. Let's use a trained finesse. And then a Buyer God's Blessing. That will have to be good enough on the quality. We do this. And careful synthesis. That'll get us the rest of the way. Yeah, there we go. Beadstone Lullaby explains how it feels to go into your last dream as a human. Die and have your mind and memories transported into body of Exo. Okay, is that the origin of the Exos? Are there people that were made in had their consciousness transported into robots? Okay, sure. Yeah, I think the main, like, at least from what I remember of Destiny 1, like, there was like the playable races were humans, Exos, and then the Awakened, which are kind of like, you know, like glowy eyes, pale, very pale white skin, like basically like human plus. Yeah, the Awoken, yeah. Alright, a little bit of a proc here. Okay, we'll use Trained Finesse. Fire God's Blessing. Alright, 90% chance will have to be good enough. Alright, so that was that menu theme. Hold on, let me look up Deep Stone by Destiny. Destiny 2, Beyond Light original soundtrack. Track 6, Deep Stone Lullaby. Definitely a fan of the piano. It's nice. I think we can probably get away with a delicate synthesis. Okay, yeah, there we go. It's nice, definitely lives up to the moniker of being the lullaby. Oh, picking up a little bit. We'll do train finesse and get a little bit back from that, and then Byergot's blessing. Oh hell yeah, good proc, good proc. A little bit foreboding there at the end. Alright, back to the gentle vibes. Also, Busy said, yes, they are experiment of one evil scientist who were constantly dying and wanted to find a way to make himself immortal. They're the experiment of one evil scientist who... What do you mean who was constantly dying? Wanted to make himself immortal, so he used the power of... He was dying, so he wanted to make himself immortal? So he used the power of darkness and Vex fluid to create exo-frame bodies. Okay, Vex being like one of the aliens, right? And it's a very creepy story of how mind reacts when it understands that it's in a body of a robot. How it tries to breathe but have no lungs, tries to eat but have no taste. Interesting, interesting. So it's kind of like, you know, Phantom... Like how phantom pain works, like you don't have a limb anymore, but you can still feel like the nerve sensation sometimes. You know, you get the phantom nerve sensations. It's the same thing, but you know, body functional wise. Nightmare America tried at the same time. Fascinating. Okay. His body was dying non-stop. Press a pig to prolong his life when he could, but the longer he did that, the faster he needed another part. Okay, so he was just dying rapidly, is what you're saying. Or like he already tried to prolong his life and he kept decaying, so he's trying to find a way to achieve better immortality. Okay. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, aren't the Guardians immortal because their ghost will resurrect them, right? and the ghost is like a being from the, like a creation, the thing that came, the ghosts are things that came from the traveler, being the big orb, right? Decay, yes, okay. For the scientist guy, all right. As long as the ghost lives, yes, they can be resurrected. I see, I see. I vaguely remember because I watched ads for it at the time it came out, but there was, I think there was like a storyline at some point where it's just like, oh no, your ghost lost its light or something, like the light of the traveler left you or something like that. I don't know, man. Destiny lore. I don't know if you could be resurrected at that time. But they'll feel hunger still? Okay, so they're immortal in that as long as their ghost lives, they won't stay dead. But they still, you know, they still have to maintain their body. Alright, and do Fire God's Blessing here. Also, let me get the Yaktail music back on here. Okay, then let's do this and start working towards oh, an excellent proc for the progress. All right, we take those, we take those. All right, I think we get away with a delicate synthesis here to get a little bit more in the progress as well. I mean the quality. Perfect. Let's see, we are... This is going to be the halfway point. We have a lot of these ingots to craft. We're in for high quality on all of them. There are characters called Drifter. There's a character called Drifter. He died a lot because of hunger. His ghost kept reviving him, but the feel of starvation cannot be fixed with light. Oof. Oof the doof, man. So he just like constantly revived in a constant state of dying of hunger. Whew. That's rough. Was he like trapped somewhere? Is that why he couldn't get somewhere where he could get some food, man? That's oh dude. Ugh, man, ugh. At that point, like, leave the guy dead for a little while and then like revive him later down the line. I mean, I think at the beginning of the game, like, you as a person are revived from, like, a skeleton by your ghost. So, you know, like, you don't have to... The corpse doesn't have to be fresh, is what I'm saying. Starvation made him reckless. He started eating aliens, dirt, trees, bleach, motor oil, basically anything. Oh, was he like inflicted with a an unnatural hunger, or like? Because that makes it sound like he's in a place where he might have some options of stuff to eat. So, I mean, if there's trees, like surely. There's something better to eat than bleach and motor oil. It started small and went into paranoia. What, like he died of hunger once and then he had like trauma, he was traumatized after that? So it was a lot of a mental thing? Alright, let's work towards the progress here. Using the prudent synthesis. Alright, there we go. Boom shakalaka. Alright, 6 more of these suckers to go. Not once, more like 1,000 times. Oh, he died of the starvation 1,000 times. So when he did eventually get out, he was like massively traumatized. When he did eventually get out from where he was stuck, and that's why he started eating anything and everything. Because I'm assuming he didn't have anything to eat somewhere and was constantly being revived. Or like, was he somewhere where there just wasn't a lot of food and so he tried anything for food? Is what you're saying. Of what little there was. I'm confused as to what his situation was that caused him to die of starvation in the first place. Since Earth is basically dead, humanity was collapsed, it's hard to find any trace of life, so he was walking thousands of kilometers on foot alone till he found no civilization. Then that village was destroyed, so he started again. Okay. So he was just like reborn during the times of the apocalypse, and there was like life was like fucking dying, so there wasn't a lot of food available, I see. Oof, man, oof, rough. Yeah, that's when you definitely get in the desperate scenarios, like eating bark or something like that. Because, you know, I mean, like, that's what happens with a lot of creatures in the winter. Like, if you ever find a tree that has the bark that's been gnawed on it, that's probably an animal that's pretty hungry during the winter time, because there is, like, some sugars that, like, get transported through the bark or whatever have you. So there is some nutrients in bark. Not a lot, but that's why it's not a very high quality food, but animals that are hungry in the winter will eat it. So if the bottom of one of your trees is like chewed to shit in the winter, it's probably some critter that was just very hungry. was desperate for some food options. All right, let's see. Let's do one more preparatory touch here. And then train finesse. Byregot's blessing. And then the progress. How much does this cost? 18. That'd still leave us with enough for the, okay, there we go. We'll just use the prog. There we go. Not quite getting to the 100% guaranteed high quality in this one, but we're getting high enough that it's close enough. That's close enough. Okay. It's also cool to see him grow as a character since he was added from paranoia, hunger, survival driven mercenary to a more trustworthy character, I would say. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That sounds great. It's good to see a character that, you know, was clearly like massively going through it and like just get better. just get into a better place over time. It's nice to see that recovery, more or less. Nice to see a character get to a better place. I mean, you can see a little bit with some characters in this game too, like Estinian. Obviously, like he, you know, like a lot of the yellows in, like it was only like war and conflict, and Estinian was a lot focused on vengeance and stuff like that. And now he's just vibing. Now he's just vibing, traveling the lands, you know, appreciating the second chance he's been given, more or less. All right, let's do train the finesse here. and then Byrodon's Blessing, and then we'll work on the progress. But that's what I also like. It's not just, you know, the characters as well. We get to see a lot of that sort of recovery in terms of like the zones and like the cities and like the people in general as well. You get a lot of that in Ishgard. And, you know, like Ishgard's gone from like super shit place, lies, corruption, war, and it's slowly been getting better, and you see that in all of the content that's involved with Ishgard. The Endwalker Role Quest, the Ishgard Restoration, you know, the custom deliveries, all the side stuff, some of the like the Moogle reputation, you get that a little bit, you know. All the little things involving Ishgard, you get to see it slowly getting to be better. I mean, there's stuff in the Gunbreaker quest line that mentions that Ishgard is getting like a ceruleum, is trying to introduce ceruleum heating so that people aren't dying aren't freezing to death, especially like in the broom and stuff like that. So, you know, it's good, man. You know, you get to see in Limsa and Ul'dah a little bit as well, and like the Endwalker Role Quest did a lot of this too. But, you know, like, and the main story tackled some of the stuff with Limsa and the post Shadowbringer stuff, so that was grand. And then Ul'dah, obviously, just like we get a lot of Ul'dah all the time. There was a lot of Ul'dah involved with, like, you know, in Stormblood and like with Raban and Mamo, and that was grand. Not a lot really with Gridania, but Gridania has its problems. I don't feel like they were as big as problems as, like, specifically Ul'dah had a lot of corruption going on. Limsa's main problem in like this was obviously like its relationship with the Beast Tribes. There's also been some side questing, and some of it's gotten tackled. I can't remember. I forget which quests had it where there was like, I think it was one of the class stories where there was like that involved bringing like I think it was the Gunbreaker. I think it was the Gunbreaker quest as well, that there was like some human trafficking people or some like smuggling people or whatever that was getting brought to light. Limsa had a big smuggling and black market and human trafficking problem. That was like Limsa's like main thing outside of its relationships with the Beast Tribes. And Gridania's thing was its like racism, like especially towards the Duskwhite Elezen and the Keeper of the Mumikote, because there was a lot of them that were like suffering in Gridanian society and they were looked down upon, like maybe those who didn't receive the blessing of the elementals were kind of like shunned. Like when that Alamegan refugee was looking for medicine, they're just like, we don't have approval from the elementals to use medicine, you know, or whatever, to give you this medicine. You know, they kind of suffered for it, and that doesn't really get resolved. Like we get to see in the Endwalker Role Quest how like the pact is renewed with the elementals, and they're trying to better understand like the elementals, because a lot of it is like the elementals don't speak people. They don't speak our language, so we're communicating to them based on ether vibes alone, more or less. And sort of like showing how like the pact between them is renewed, like they want to, and like, you know, how we might be able to communicate with the elementals better in the future, to make it more prosperous for all or whatever have you. It showed the nuance of like communicating with the elementals and stuff, but we didn't really get a lot into like what's the situation with like the poachers that was going on there, and specifically the Keeper of the Moon and the Duskwhite Elezen, what's happening with that. Like there's a lot of Duskwhite Elezen that apparently still live in Gelmora, but we've never, besides like ruins of some parts of Gelmora, we've never been to an active Duskwhite group in Gelmora. That's why some people are hoping it might be a variant dungeon or something in the future. Like Gelmora ruins are already like the Palace of the Dead deep dungeon. The first big bit is Gelmora ruins, but we haven't been into like an active place where Dusk White Elves are, so. Any hoodle though, hold on. Let's use this proc. Keep crafting while I'm ranting. Keep crafting. But yeah, so Gridania, in that regard, Gridania hasn't had a lot of growth. Like, there are some parts that mention it, but it's not really something that's ever particularly shown. How, you know, Gridania is getting better at welcoming more diverse people. It's shown in some of the side questing. You know, some of like the crafting quests in particular, some of the ones in Gridania show how they're starting to accept a little bit more outsiders, and that outsiders aren't necessarily all gonna be bad for the forest. How, you know, you can like benefit each other, because a lot of their disdain towards outsiders is they don't want the outsiders to cause unrest with their pact with the elemental and potentially cause the green wrath, and then you know, like how could an outsider possibly respect you know, the forest and stuff like that, and you know, it's like learning to maybe you know, not everybody from the outside is that bad, and that they can respect the forest. Like in the, I think the carpenter crafting quest, there is a little bit of that goes on, where like you talk to like this guy in the Twin Adders military who's from the outside, and some of his unit who are Gridanians don't trust him, and you know, you get to see him build a little bit out of that trust to be like, hey, even, you know, an outsider, you know, is living in Gridania, can respect and learn to respect the forest, you know. And oh, that's an excellent condition, Brock. Hell yeah. So there's a lot of that we don't get to see resolved a lot, but maybe like you see it a little bit more. I think there's another role quest as well where you like hold like a meal between like some of the I think it might, is it also the carpenter role quest? It might also be the carpenter role quest. I mean the crafting, not the role quest, the job quests. I can't remember. But there's definitely stuff where you like, you know, you try to bridge that gap between some like members of the Twin Adder that are like from Gridania and some of them from the outside, and you know, to show that, hey y'all, we're not that different. And you know, like, you know, we can learn from each other and stuff like that. Let's keep going. Hold on. Keep crafting while I'm ranting. Don't stop. But because we need to get to 12 of these. We still have 3 more to go. I'm like, man, I should be talking while I'm doing this, but sometimes I'll get on a tangent and I'll stop going. But you only did Weaver. You don't care about the other crafters. Ah, man, a lot of the job stories are really good. And they do provide like some of some additional lore in some places, so I really enjoyed them. And like I said, the crafting job quests and then also the role quests are like really like down to earth, and you know, just helping like some of the everyday people and stuff like that with more simpler problems. You know, like in the fishing role quest in Shadowbringers, you're helping people with like you're helping basically improve the health of the population of the Crystarium via introducing more diverse fishes to people's diets and like helping cure some of these nutritional illnesses that people have, and I'm just like, so wholesome, very nice. You know, etc. You know, you have too many games to play. You have too many games to play to play only Final Fantasy 14. Understandable. Like I said, for me, like, you know, I'm the type that's like, I got my 2 main, like a couple main games, and then, you know, side games here and there. But, you know, they're like, you got a lot of games to play. That's understandable. You don't want to do the full completion in Final Fantasy 14 and do all the jobs and all the crafters and stuff like that. That's fair enough. And that's where you can always like watch somebody else go through it as well. Because then you don't have to spend the time doing it yourself, but you can like see some of these storylines for sure. You know, that's the same thing for me. It's like, oh, maybe I don't have the time. I don't really want to invest in this particular game. It's kind of a longer game, but maybe I'll watch some of it, you know, get some of the story because I like the story and stuff like that. That's why a lot of people do watch some people play video games. One of the reasons. All right, after this, we need to we need to refresh our food buff.
All right, hold on. We can do quality on that one, and then go for progress. Well, that's the thing. If it's just MSQ, you don't mind playing for 100 plus hours. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the main story is already a lot on its own, right? Does this get us the rest of the way? Well, let's Gamba. Okay, we're good. I was like, I'm pretty sure that'll get us the rest of the way, but this one, there's a chance to fail, but this one is guaranteed. All right, hold on. Let's make sure we refresh our buffs here. Eat some food. Also, might as well use this manual. If it's not MSQ, your mind won't accept that content as something that's worth your time. Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, I can understand like a lot of people not liking the side. Like a lot of people don't do side quests. Don't do like the yellow side quests, and it's like it's understandable because it's like mostly like if you're just looking at it from a gameplay perspective, I mean it doesn't have the big story attached to it, and it's mostly just fetch quests or other stuff like that. But for me, a lore nerd, I love it. That's what I'm here for. Give me the little bit of extra tidbits of lore and character stuff and whatever. That's what I'm here for. But I can see how, you know, people that maybe aren't interested in like all the little lore stuff might be a little bit less enthused to do the side quests and then also all of the different like crafting quests, especially because the job quests are have a little bit more, I guess, meat to them. I would say, because like I said, the crafting quests are very fun, but they're also like very wholesome, down to earth, you know, a little bit maybe a little bit less exciting for some, but for me, I love that shit. That's why I completely understand people that don't want to do all the little things. I'm just like, you know what, fair enough. You do them for rewards, but not for the story? Ugh, man, I'm the opposite. I do them for the story, and if there's rewards, well, that's just a bonus. You wouldn't even need to have rewards on it, and I'd still do it because I love the story so much. Really, to skip long dialogue in video games, maybe you using close to the point phrase IRL. You're so used to skip useless ramblings in games that you cannot force yourself to listen to them IRL. Oh, yeah. Sometimes somebody will just be getting on a long rant, or they'll somebody, you know, like everybody's human. You know, they'll get distracted. Sometimes you gotta be like, all right, hold on. Let's reel it back here, focusing on the point. My younger brother likes to tell me, for example, he likes to talk to me about like the games that he's playing or the shows that he's watching, and sometimes he'll get like way too deep into explaining something, and I'm just like you know, like I don't know if I need to know this. Let's just focus in on making sure to get through the main story beats or whatever have you. Like he'll go off and explaining like specific details and something, and I'm just like, all right, but does this matter? Does this matter that much for the story? And we're like, no, you're right, it doesn't really. Let's keep going. Because or else sometimes things might get a little bit long-winded. So it's always good to sometimes, if you're trying to like, you know, tell a specific tale, to like keep your mates on track. Like reel it in, focus back up. Focus in. Like that's great and all. I love you talking about that, but what was the main point we were getting to? You know? I do that a lot too. Like I do that a lot in terms of like talking about the lore. Talking about the lore, obviously, because like to me, I'm like every detail matters. But then in the end, I'm just like, you know what? To cover the basic beats, you know, I can just say this. Like when I'm listening back to my, because I'm, you know, I'm slowly but surely getting all of my Final Fantasy content onto the YouTube. Right now, I'm still posting up like the Shadowbringers playthrough. So, you know, it's way behind, but it's getting there eventually. And I am like editing, making sure to edit down these videos a little bit. But, you know, a lot of the times when I start at the beginning of the stream, I'll do like a recap for the story so far. And listening to myself in the past doing your story recaps, I'm just like, man, Luna, you are getting way too much into the weeds. You're getting way too much into the weeds about this. You do not need to be that specific. Just like give the short recap. That's good enough. Final Fantasy XIV made you get better at reading faster with the ability to remember what you read. That's great. Hell yeah, soul. Hell yeah. Speedy reading comprehension. I have to say, like, going through all the dialogue and stuff like that, I've also gotten, like, I haven't gotten bad, obviously, I'm not better at reading faster, but because I'm voice acting all the dialogue, I have gotten a lot better at doing the voices. Because like at the beginning, if you go to like the beginning of my playthrough and stuff like that, I'm not that good. But then over time, you know, I get, you know, you get a little bit better at it. And also like add more voices to the voice kit. Toss in some more accents here and there just to help differentiate characters as well. Because if you got like 4 characters in a room all talking at one another, if I'm reading it all in the same voice, it gets very tedious. That's why you got to make sure to different the voices a lot. But that's been the fun journey about playing Final Fantasy XIV. I really liked it because voicing the characters is a lot of fun for me. So doing it over time and getting better at it has been a joy. All right, hold on. How many of these do we need? We need one more. We're on our last one, guys. We haven't gotten too distracted by the rambles. Yeah, your voiceovers are really nice. Oh, thank you. You feel like I say that every week? Sorry? No, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm really glad you guys enjoy it. So like I said, I enjoy it too. And you know, when I'm watching people play games and stuff like that, I really appreciate when they do the voiceovers and stuff like that. You know, for like unvoiced dialogue. You know, as a story enjoyer, so I'm glad I can provide that for y'all, and I do decent at it. Like I said, I have a lot of fun with it. There's definitely a lot of the times in a story where, you know, I'm more engaged in the story because I'm voicing the characters as well, and it's great. So I've given the characters voices. And there'll be a lot of characters that I get a little bit more excited about because I just love voicing them so much. So I've given them a fun voice or whatever have you. Like Kupopo from the Pictomancer quest line.
I gave him like...
Hold on.
Bo.
Tried to give him like a really, really cute, like high-pitched voice or whatever. But I really had a lot of fun voicing him. I feel like it was a little bit harder on the voice to do that one, but it was a lot of fun.
Like, it was kind of like... Bo.
Hold on.
We have to find Baruro. We have to find her, Capo.
It was like that. And I had a lot of time voicing him. Okay, hold on. Let's see. This is our last ingot. Focus up the last one. Alright, we'll use this proc here. And then by our God's blessing. And then we just have the quality. You went and grabbed both the Dawntrail jobs today? Oh, hell yeah, man. Viper and Pictomancer are a lot of fun. So, hope you enjoy them. Missing like 3 classes from level 81? Hell yeah, we're getting there. I like how everyone assumes that those Kupo-addicted fluffy idiots have cute voices. I mean, they're tiny. So a lot of people assume that, yeah. And I mean, based on other video games that the Moogles have been voiced in, they've usually been like, you know, kind of cutesy voices. But I mean, sometimes we might voice a Moogle differently. There's definitely been, I've given some Namazu, for example, like the Brooklyn accent. Those are Namazu, but you know, whatever. Sometimes you maybe just gotta have a Moogle that's like, hey, it's me, grizzled Moogle. Or other stuff like that. Sometimes you're just like, you know what, this character could be voice cutesy, but let's turn it on its head and give them like a voice that you're just not expecting. And sometimes it's very funny. It works out great. There's definitely been people that I've watched in the past as well that do give like characters very specific voices. And you're just like, I can't hear this character any other way from now on. All right, this should get us the rest of the way here, and that will be our 12th ingot. We did it. We made it to the end of our cobalt tungsten ingot crafting, which means all we have left is to put it all together. Let's go into Goldsmith for this, just because we have plenty of experience here on blacksmith and armor. We gotta make the lanterns. The delivery item. Yeah, hold on. Claes. Lightweight lantern. All right, 2 cobalt ingots, 1 lar ingot, and one tallow candle. We're good. All right. Let's go. We need 6 of these. Yeah, like the Japanese VA for Yu Yu Hase. Oh, is that's the Lala from the Crystal Braves, right? Yeah. Yeah. I don't know how a lot of the characters sound. I've only ever played with the English VA, but so I don't know how a lot of characters sound in the Japanese, but obviously on both sides of the coin for Japanese VA versus English VA, a lot of people are just like, oh yeah, I can't, you know, like this is the character's voice, I can't, you know, I don't like it in the other language, or I can't imagine it in the other language, or it doesn't sound like them in the other language. That's kind of how it is for me. Like, I'm so used to the English VA now, and it's just like, yeah, this is how it is. I couldn't listen to it in Japanese. And it's the same for people that listen to it in the Japanese. But it's interesting to hear both perspectives. I know I've been watching, you know, Squitten and Lonnie, who come by here. I've been watching them recently, and they both play with the Japanese VA. So, you know, hearing specifically like some of the bosses in the different languages has been cool. The different bosses, the Acadian specifically. That's been obviously the content we've been doing a lot, but like also in some of the other like content too. Let's see. Hold on, we got a proc here. If I remember correctly, none of them were voiced at all. For the Moogles, probably for a lot of them, a lot of them were voiced. But I know in the recent Final Fantasy VII remake, the Moogles were given voices. Oh yeah. There you go. You said it as well. Only Final Fantasy VII have voice Moogles. Yeah. But they don't look like Moogles, so they're not Moogles to me. I mean, they are Moogles, though. They look like Moogles. They're just been rendered very specifically. FF Lightning Returns have technically voiced Moogles, but they just say Kupo and Kupopo, I see. Yeah, I imagine a lot of the older games are just sort of given the Moogle sound. Like the sound that they make when they're like hovering or they have their palms like the whoop, whoop, whoop. That's sort of like, I can't sound, they can't do the sound properly, but you get the idea. Speaking of different voices, you like how in Transformers community everyone loves Russian dub more than any other dubs? Oh, really? Yeah, sure. I mean, I imagine it would be pretty fitting having like the deeper voice on Optimus Prime because they're big, man. They're big. Big robots. It's a new example? Nah, I'm good. I don't follow Transformer stuff really. So I don't even know how he sounds like. Well, I think in English he's given like a fairly deep voice too, but I guess maybe the Russian one is even deeper. I know they give him like the slight, like the reverb and stuff like that. He sounds very, from my memory, from what I remember from commercials that I've watched. That's about my experience in Transformers is commercials that I've seen. I think he's got a pretty like heroic voice as well. I can't quite remember, and I don't particularly, you know, care to go looking to compare the different Optimus Prime voices in different languages. But it's great that a lot of people enjoy him in the Russian. If you want, you can send an example, and maybe I'll listen to it. I'll listen to it later. But I'm sure the voice actor does a great job. All right, let's keep going here. We got a lot of these to craft. We've only made through one. We need 6. Then we can go continue the story. Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of great voice acting that can be that you can really appreciate. Like as I've gotten into like, you know, doing voicing all these characters while I've been doing the Final Fantasy XIV playthrough, and you know, playthroughs occasionally in other games, as well. Whenever we need to read some dialogue, you know, you learn to appreciate a little bit more as well the voice actors and stuff. There's obviously a lot that goes into it that's more than just acting or whatever. There's also, you know, there's a lot that's different from like acting physically and then acting, you know, with your voice and whatever have you. There's also a lot of like there's timing and stuff like that, and like, you know, for some things in particular, there's like obviously like when anime, like the timing for dialogue is very important when you're dubbing over the anime and stuff like that. But then there's also like, you know, timing your breaths and stuff like that, so you're not just like freaking so it doesn't sound too breathy when you're talking, etc. I'm just like, wow, I hadn't even considered some of these things. That's why it's always cool when you listen to voice actors talk about their craft. If we had more soundtracks like the last one in PM, life would be much more enjoyable. Okay, hold on. We can listen to this one as we finish crafting the lanterns here. Grand Theft Auto 3 main theme? Okay. Hold on. Oh, actually, let me just turn off the music there. Oh, I didn't realize we had the music down at... Turn it up a little bit. We were back to the... Turn it down a little for the daytime. Alright, very jaunty. That's very nice. Like I said, jaunty, very smooth as well. I don't know what kind of instrument that's playing in the background. It's got the brrrr. It's very nice. Let me count this again. 1, 2, 3. Yep, this is the last one. It is the last one. Love this type of music. It's very nice. Very nice. Oh shoot. I think I unmuted the fucking BGM here. Hold on, we were getting yanked out my time theme music in that a little bit. Alright, there we go. Finally. There's a lot of crafting there, but we now have all the lanterns we need. Let's head back to y'all. Let me also, as we're getting there, as we're teleporting, let me take a sip of water here real quick. Stay hydrated, everybody. Stay hydrated. Also, real quick, before we go to hand this in, the sun hath risen here. So I'm just gonna take a hot second, just a moment to go open some blinds and turn off some lights here real quick. But yeah, give me just one moment here. You can listen to the Grand Theft Auto 3 main theme music here real quick. But yeah, be right back. Just a moment. USB disconnecting sound. I'm back. I'm back. Guess VOD will die because of the tracks today. Oh yeah, you know what? It probably will. I hope we don't lose any of the dialogue to it. Ah, shoot. I hope we don't lose any of the, I guess usually the VOD will just mute the section of the VOD where the music is, but sometimes it'll bleed into later sections of the VOD where I'll be talking. Like sometimes it'll be like, yeah, it'll delete the section of music with a little bleed over. So it'll go a little bit farther beyond the bounds of when the music was actually playing by a little bit, so. Hold on. There we go. Speaking of Triangle tracks, the rain formerly known as Purple. Okay. Time to ascend. All right. I'll keep that in mind. We can listen to that later. For now, though, hold on a second. Let me also replug back in my headset. Hold on. USB sound again. All right. So yeah, here we are back with the Metalworking Role Quest. We made all of our lanterns. We've made all of our lanterns, and we can hand these in now. You know, sometimes it feels like, man, we spent a long time with the crafting with that one. We got a little very distracted. This entire quest line is about being prompt, and we're just like, yeah, here we are. Here we are. A long time later, here we are, all the lanterns. But yeah, let's see. Let's keep this even in terms of the experience with everybody. Yeah, we'll hand this in two on each. Oh, right, I forgot we have to spend scripts. Ah, okay, be right back. Hold on, we gotta go spend our scripts. Quickly to solution 9. Brief solution for script spending time. We gotta go spend the crafting scripts. I don't want to overcap. So I don't really have a lot to spend them on right now because we already spent it on, you know, like we need max level crafting scripts if we want better gear, so we don't need it for gear. I don't really need it for any of the other stuff, but there is like a lot of like materials and stuff like that. Oops, sorry, wrong person. You. But there is some like old, a lot of old like materials and stuff like that sell for a fair amount. I think these, I've been buying these because I'm like, I remember needing these during the role quest, but these up here, the Mastercraft material, they sell for a fair chunk of change. And they cost more in terms of the scripts. So we can buy a few of these. I'll sell these later. There's probably other stuff on there as well that sell fairly well, but that's what I've been using some of my scripts on. All right, scripts used. Back to Tuliyola. Back to Tuliyola. Now we can continue. All righty. Now that we're not going to overcraft on scripts, we go again. We go again. Scripts spent. There we go. That's level 96 on Goldsmith. Should be level 96 in our other classes here as well. Fantastic work, Kelvin. One would have no trouble treading even the most poorly kept roads at night with this. Alright, what was that we got as well? I think that was an improved trait. I don't know where it came up. It should be under our traits window. Expedience. Grants expedience for one step upon using hasty touch. Grants hasty touch to daring touch. Oh, okay, so it's this. We don't use this a lot because this has increased the quality with no CP cost, but it has a success rate of 60%. So I don't know what daring touches. It says, so this upgrades it to daring touch. There's, okay, hold on. Somehow under actions, here we go. Increases the quality with no CP. Okay, it's more quality. It's basically it's a combo for this. So if you're really screwed in terms of CP, you now have a combo to increase the quality at no cost of CP, but you gamba because it's only a 60% success rate.
I see.
It's for the gambling. All right. Let's keep spreading the experience evenly here. All right, there we go. Level 96 and all these guys. And then lastly, Blacksmith. All right, level 96 and all these classes. All ready to set off then.
I am. I'll take whatever lanterns you were able to prepare.
Not a problem. It so happens Skelwin here just finished crafting a selection I dare say you'll be quite pleased with. Hey, yo, bless me. Hello. Nod.
Splendid. Simply splendid. My thanks for preparing these in so short a time.
Of course. For a merchant like yourself, time is money. I'm pleased we were able to be of service. The pleasure has been all mine. Now I'd best be setting off. I wish you all continued success. Once again, I can't thank you enough for your aid, Gowan. We truly couldn't have done this without you. No doubt Papani understands this most keenly. She failed to craft even a single lantern after all. Oh no, Papani, things are getting worse for you? Are you spiraling? She's getting too focused in on the details, like she's trying to compensate, but she's tripping up over herself in the process. I told you this was an urgent request. Surely you can imagine what might befall a merchant traveling without a lantern. Well, you said that she wanted a lantern, and then she wanted to kind of go back and give some more to her people as well. She could have. It was really that urgent. Like this doesn't sound like, oh, they need the lanterns now. It's just like they will need the lanterns. I mean, like she needed the lantern because she was going back immediately, but you know. Damn it, Papani. You know my code. Never, ever keep a customer waiting. If you want to work here, then I'm begging you, pick up the pace. Hey, Ralsoj, hey. Like there's something to be said about having pride and making sure you get things to people in a timely manner, but sometimes gotta take just a little bit of extra time to make sure to ensure the quality, because it's about doing it in a timely manner with good quality. Like in the leatherworking job quest, you know, like they a lot of the focus was placed on, hey, you might have to wait a little bit longer for this, but you'll have good quality for it. You know, they make sure they set aside enough time to make sure they craft stuff of quality. So I think, you know, you gotta give a little bit of leeway to Bounty here, and she'll get there in time. she'll get to be a little bit more speedy. But until then, I don't think her focus on quality is poorly placed. She just has to find a good balance. And obviously, like, learn to maybe, like, I think what she's focusing on is good, and like making sure that the thing is finally crafted and suited to the people. She just has to maybe not be too perfectionist about it. Or, you know, like as she gets more practice, she'll learn how to like do this analysis quicker, you know? And she'll learn like for example, she was struggling to know which materials to use for some of these things. And, you know, once she figures out what materials are good for what, she'll be able to get through the process faster. You just gotta give her time.
I'm so sorry. I'm not like Kelvin. I can't make something of quality at the speed you require.
Dude, that's okay, dude. We have a lot of experience. Hey, yo, Raul Soj, like, chillax. She'll get there. You're rushing her too much, man. You know, you can't rush this. It's not something that can be rushed. She just needs time for practice.
Yet, I also cannot simply forsake all else for speed. I want the things I make to be just right for the people who use them.
Good on you, lass. Good on you. I concur. Maybe, you know what, maybe this might just come down to it. It's just like, she's not really built for making things speedily. So maybe like you can't take on these bulk orders, but you do have a crafter here who's dedicated to excellence that can make, you know, like individual requested stuff that is tailored to for somebody in particular, like not mass produced.
On my dignity as a former potswan and as an artisan, this is the one thing I cannot yield.
Tell it like it is, yes, lass. Tell it like it is.
I never should have come here. I will return to Earthenshire and renew my contract with the Moblins.
See, man, Raul, you're being too harsh on her. Papani, wait. Moblins. Potswan. What was she talking about?
Man, dude, she didn't even tell you.
Did she not even tell you? Like, she said that a lot of people don't know a lot about the Podsworn, so a lot of the crafters here didn't, like, freaking Ropley knew about it, who was the lead market person here, but maybe a lot of the other crafters don't know about the Moblin Podsworn. It seems like something that would be common knowledge, especially among crafters, but I guess not. Like, where are some of these crafters going to work for the, like, who knows, I guess. But, you know, like, she said that a lot of people wouldn't believe her that she had experience with the Podsworn Moblins because they didn't know that much about the Podsworn. So a lot of people just turned her away, but Raul didn't. And I assumed it's just because she was just like, it's all right. If she has some experience, that's great. But, like, she was just, she didn't tell her at all. She was like, I have some experience somewhere. I'm sorry you had to see that, Kellen. Nah, man, that's fine. We clearly, you know what? We're once again clearly lacking in communication here. We need to discuss things openly and honestly. Maybe this lass didn't know that she's been, you know, she's just like, oh wow, this lass is just slower at working and incompetent, but she's just learned things in a very specific way to make very specific things, and she's trying to like broaden her horizons now. And well, where I'm just like, patience, she's learning, she's just like, she should already know this, she should speed up. You know? Like, the expectations weren't set. I'm still getting used to this whole business of being an employer. I feel my experience may be to blame for setting Papamani off like that. And give me a minute to process this, would you? Yeah, man. Maybe you're being too harsh on her, man. You're being too harsh on her. And obviously, a very sore lack of communication, lass. Like, you guys are communicating like nearly none, apparently. Like, you keep on saying, I'll guide her to get started, but every time Paponia has asked a question, it'd be like, what materials do I use? Apparently, she's not getting answers for you. And when you sent her to the market, you weren't just like, here's what I need from the market. You're just like, go get pot materials, you know? Like, where is the communication? Alright, Ralph Soch is overjoyed with the effort. She now considers you a metal miracle worker. Alright. So this will be the little bit of the level 95 little heart-to-heart little story moment. So we're gonna have to craft something instead of jumping straight into the next delivery. This will also be as far as we're getting today, and then the second half of the quest, the final delivery and the finale, we'll be doing next week. All right, level 95. Teamwork makes the craft work. Ralph Soch is still reeling from Bapani's sudden departure. I appreciate you being here, Kelvin. Could really use someone to talk to right now. Yeah, man, really, we need lots of talking in this situation. More communication. Don't even know where to start. Should I chase after Bapani or leave her be? Chase after her, man. We gotta chase after her. She said she was gonna go rejoin the Potsworn. I hope you don't mind if I ramble a bit. It might help me clear my head. This is called communicating. Ralph, so he's like, they said that she's been a bit of a loner, and like clearly the case. This is not rambling, this is communicating. Well, I'm saying more words than usual. I must be rambling. Thanks. Might not be obvious, but the truth is, it's called a heart-to-heart, lass. The truth is, I think the world of Papali. She first came to my shop, she was like a pup that lost its bark. Head hanging, ears drooping and all. But the pup had determination. I could see it in her eyes. When she told me she wanted to work here, she meant it. So because a lot of people rejected her from working because they just didn't know a lot about what the experience of a Podsworn or whatever. So she was a bit downcast from getting rejected so much, but she was still determined to continue her craft. I knew then, and I know now, her devotion to the craft is the real deal. Ain't no denying it. But the fact is, her approach is time-consuming, and that runs counter to the core tenet of my shop. That's why you gotta meet in the middle somehow. You gotta meet in the middle if you want to keep her on at the shop. And maybe she'll just gain speed with time. You just need to be more patient. And that said, I'm the one who decided to run things this way. And the reason I did... well, let's just say I like the talent to craft quality items at a pace I'm comfortable with. Okay. I'm in sheer awe of the way you're able to make veritable works of art with such efficiency. You're leagues above someone like me. Everything I know about metallurgy I learned on my own. Oh, okay, alright, okay. Interesting. But the reason that she said that her last line was the one who decided to run things, she's the one that decided to run things this way, and the reason she did is that she lacks the talent to craft quality items at a pace she's comfortable with, but she runs her shop being like, let's make things speedily. But if she's not comfortable at making high quality stuff at a faster pace, why does she run things speedily? I'm confused. Yeah, we have the point of we're able to make things of high quality speedily because we have a lot of experience. Come to think of it, even though I've been hiring your services all this time, I've told you a little less about myself. That's about to change. Alright, good. Yeah, talk to me, lass. Talk to me. That's about to change. I'm about to tell you my backstory. Listen up. In my youth, it used to be that I put together equipment for the local hunters in a village far removed from here. Or any other signs of civilization for that matter. Developed a love for the craft in those days and decided to pursue it. Followed where the people were, which led me to Tuliolol. Okay. A very far away village. First thing I did when I arrived was look for the nearest moblin willing to hire me. Even where I'm from, everyone knows nobody forges finer metals than them. Figured I could learn from them on the job. I pleaded with them until they finally offered me a chance. On the condition that I moved to Kozumaoka. To be a potsworn, yeah. I refused. I wanted to meet near the people I craft for. Fair enough. And that was that. I gave up my opportunity to learn the moblins and founded my shop specializing in daily necessities. With the promise of swift delivery. The moblins are masters not of metallurgy but caretaking, or the moblins hire artisans to craft for them. Yeah, it's not the moblins themselves that are master workers here, and this is apparently not a commonly known fact. You know, we learn in the main story questing that it used to be in the past, before Gul Jaja united all of Thrall. It used to be that the moblins would kidnap artisans to craft things for them. And when Gul Jaja was traveling along the lands and he came to the moblins, he convinced them to be like, hey, this isn't the way, like, don't just fucking kidnap people. But like, artisans make their best work when they're in good conditions. And when they're in, good places of mind, which isn't I've been kidnapped. So like, that's why the moblins have turned from kidnapping people to make things for them and to cherishing the artists that they've hired willingly. So let's go with the moblins hire artisans to craft for them. It's not the moblins themselves that are the masters. This is also very more specific. Yeah, we'll go with this one. Obviously, both the same. Judging by what Babani said before she left, I reckon there's much about the moblins I don't know. Mind filling me in? Yeah, so there's so the moblins, like we go in the here's the history of it about the previous kidnappings and stuff like that. Now they have stuff where people agree to be potsworn and they take care of all their needs and stuff like that of these artisans that they hire. They make sure they're in great working conditions. They take care of all the needs, and so that they can craft their best. And the potsworn are cherished in that way. So that's the way of it, eh? All this time, I thought those metal marvels were made by the moblins themselves. To be fair to it, seems like most people thought that. I mean, when we did get the introduction to the moblins on, like, the pillars, when we're learning the tale of Tuliolol, and Wukuman is explaining to us the different pillars that are out in that one part of Tuliolol that has the different history of Gul Jaja's journey. It does say, like, the moblins are master metalworkers. You know, like the gift of moblin, like silverware is like a common gift or whatever have you. And so a lot of it is associated with the moblins, but it's not the moblins themselves that are making on it, which was, I was surprised to learn when we got there. And it's like, oh, the moblins aren't actually the crafters themselves. When they agreed to hire me way back then, it must be that they wanted me to move so I could learn under the other potsworn in their care. Or to be a potsworn yourself, yeah. Potsworn like Papalni, who had never been thanked by a customer once in her life. Yeah, that's what having the middleman, like, she gets to live, she goes to Kozmauka, she lives in luxury or whatever have you, and she probably got thanked a lot by the moblin caretaker or whatever, but she didn't get direct thanks from who she was making the goods for. It was just like, oh, we make these excellent works of art, and then the moblin will deal with getting it into the hands of somebody who wants it. Or who'll buy it. She said she was gonna return to the Moblins and work for them again, but she must have cut ties for a reason. Not so sure if former employers will take her in so easily. I mean, they might. They were kind of desperate for Podsworn beforehand, so... But she did kind of storm out of there. I mean, being like, I can't work in these conditions. She seemed kind of uppity about it, but... You know. I'll admit, I'm worried about her. I want to see if she's alright. And I want to see what sort of environment the Moblins prepared for artisans like her. Would you mind tagging along with me to Ursonshire? Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah, let's go. So we didn't end up chasing after her, and I guess she's out back in Earthenshire now. Alright, we're going on a journey to Kozmauka. This quest line, I forget, hold on. I forget there's the Ethernet shard over here, I just book it out of here. Always gotta remember, the Ethernet shard is right here by the docks. Don't book it out, book it down to the docks. Guess neither of these are like super close. We'll just go here. Dun, 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 dun. Kozmauka is such a pretty zone. Like I said, probably visually my favorite. My favorite of the Dawntrail zones. Just the beautiful rivers and the waterfalls, and then in the upper echelons. So yeah, it's the southern section. It's got the beautiful multicolored trees. It's unfortunate we don't spend a lot of time in this section in particular. I guess, you know what, we do spend some time, it just feels like. And we do get that stuff, the Kona stuff we'll hear a little bit as well. A little bit of that stuff, so we spend some fair time here. Alright. Here we are, Earthenshire. So this is where the Moblins and the Potsworn live. Now where do you reckon Papalni might be? No problem located.
Is that so? Are you sure there's no room for another artisan? Oh, my goodness, Mistress Ralsoj, Kelwyn, what are you doing here?
I didn't want to leave things between us as they were. And Kelwyn told me about the Potsworn. Because apparently you didn't, lass. Once again, we're lacking communication here. I knew you cared deeply about the quality of your work, but I didn't understand just how much until coming here. This place is filled with masterpieces. I can see how making them would be much more fulfilling than my boring old tools. Well, I mean, it's just a different perspective. Like the boring old tools is still something that somebody will use, and a quality tool is something that somebody will definitely 100% appreciate. Like, it won't be masterwork filigree or whatever have you, but it's still something that needs to be made. And also, I don't get looking around. She's seen that there's master crafts. I'm pretty sure the only thing that the moblins make themselves is the pots, including the pot houses and stuff, and these pots. So, will you become a pot swan again?
No. My former help hand has already welcomed someone else.
Then, come back with me.
Now that I've seen firsthand what kind of work you were involved in, I can give you qualitative tasks you'll excel at. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, here we go. This is what I was saying as well. Like, maybe, like, don't like, you can give her, like, the ones that require, like, a specific, that some people order a specific thing in, and you can leave the bulk orders to someone that's better suited for it, or the bulk speedy orders, because I'm sure she'll make good crafts given time, and, like, given more experience, she can probably do it more speedily, but she'd have to be given a little bit more time for it is all.
But that would go against your code. No, I mustn't return. I refuse to inconvenience you any more than I already have.
You both complement each other so well, can't you see that? Or you both need to talk this out properly. Both of these is very true. Both of these is exceptionally true. Like I said, y'all complement each other exceptionally well, and y'all also need way more communication. Like, obviously, I think both of these are exceptionally good points. I have been saying a lot that they really need to talk it out, though, but I do like the suggestion, like, hey, like, to get them started in the conversation, obviously, like, can't y'all see, like, you complement each other's styles? You know? Like, I guess, you know, Raul said that she was never, like, fit to make higher quality stuff. Like, I guess because she's self-taught, and so she had dreams of, like, making stuff for, like, you know, the Dawn Servant, you know, like the higher ups and everything like that, but she didn't quite have the level of skill that she needed for that, which is something that she can still work towards as well. But so that's why she turned to making more everyday items, and she can apparently, I guess, make the everyday items of good enough quality quickly. But she can't make the higher quality stuff, and this last can make the higher quality stuff. She just can't make it as quickly. So, you know, this is where it works out well. So maybe she just needs to this last needs to take on less bulk orders that she can fulfill, and then more specialized commission work now that she has Papani. And I'm sure there's a lot of people that would like that more specialized stuff as much as many people would like the speedy stuff too. I'm gonna go with the first one just because it leads in a better direction than but I agree that they also need to, obviously they really need to talk it out, but this can be like, hey, can't you guys see you complement each other? There's a way that this can be resolved, guys. Instead of just being like, alright, you two fucking sit down and talk this out. Under threat. Sit down and talk. Speak to one another, you friggin' friggers. But we'll go with the first one.
I am also here. I'm also here. We've seen countless craft hands make metal pieces. We can discern craft hands' characteristics with quick fastness. Paponi, Ralsoj, they are opposites. I'd clock this Ralsoj lass immediately. We're well trained, I can tell, just by looking at her.
Alright.
Just with a glance, that's all I need. I'm like fucking Sherlock Holmes of freaking detecting this shit, I can tell. One strength is the other's weakness. By compensating for one another, they can create metal pieces faster, greater than they could on their own. You think so too, don't you?
Yeah. Oh, I didn't even think about them working together on pieces. Yeah, basically, Ralsoj can make a whole bunch of the basic things really quickly, and then Paponi can do the detail work. And then that would be her not making, like, she's always like, oh, what materials do I use? Like, you know, like some other basic stuff like that. Well, Ralsoj has the basics down pat. She can make a whole bunch of the basic stuff. And then Paponi can do the polish. Can make sure all the details are great. You know, make sure that the quality is high. Hell yeah. Smile and nod. Thank you, Goblin Friend, for saying that more eloquently than I.
Why not put the idea to trial test? Balance scale is broken. Needs repair. Fulcrum is no good. Very unstable. We cannot check true weight of anything. Please help me fix. Ralsoj prepares materials. Papani sees the finishing touches.
Okay, yeah. So this is basically also like Ralsoj's experience as well as getting put into this. And then eventually I'm sure they'll help balance each other out. Ralsoj will get a better eye for the details, and we'll be able to learn from Paponi the finer details of the craft that she didn't learn as much being self-taught. And Paponi will learn what materials, gain more experience for what materials are needed for certain things.
Kerwin helps these two work together.
Instead of crafting individually, we simply handle the tasks we specialize in. Yeah, man. I just was thinking of taking different orders, y'all taking different orders for each other, but yeah, working together for crafting the things, hell yeah. I'm willing to give it a shot. And we certainly can't abandon our friend in need of a capable artisans, and we certainly can't abandon our friend in need of capable artisans here. What say you, Papani? I mean, I'm sure they have lots of other potsworns that could fix that. He's just like,
you know what, this needs fixed, y'all can test it on this. I get thing fixed, you get practice, all good. Could ask someone else, but y'all are here. Yes, of course.
Then I'll get started on preparing the components immediately. Give me a moment, would you? Alright. We just get teleported in here? Okay. Interesting. Didn't trust us to walk a couple feet inside the building. Alright.
Normally I prefer to oversee the entire process of crafting an item myself, but I know how terribly inefficient it is. I'm willing to give this a try.
Yeah, I guess overseeing the entire process means you're insured of the quality of the stuff. And but if you can trust Ral. You can trust Ral to get the basics and trust her experience on knowing what materials to use. Then yeah, you can focus on your strengths of assuring that thing is tailored to the person who's being crafted for and getting the details right. Helpful help hand.
Papani's metalwork is very careful, very elaborate, deep, fathomless regret did I feel the day she ended her pop pact.
Yeah, it seemed she was a bit hasty in that one. Really, like, no reason for her to do so besides her impatience, but man, they have not recovered from this storm fast enough. I'm leaving. All right, Ral. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Here are the components, Kelvin. I'd like you to assemble the fulcrum.
Thought you guys were supposed to be working together. Why am I on this?
Once you have, please hand it over to Papani so she can see the replacement and the any finishing touches. I believe that's the most efficient way to go about this.
But this is supposed to be a proof of you guys working together.
No, we're a team. You're on this too. Just do it. Should you run out of components, just say the word. I've got plenty more on hand. I shall examine the damaged scales and consider what other adjustments may be necessary in the meantime. But let me know when the fulcrum is ready.
Oh, see, there we go. So in this process, we're speeding it along well enough too, because during the time that Raul Soj is crafting the basic body of the work, Paupani is taking the time to think and do all her contemplation that she needs to think of how best to improve the thing. So we're being very time efficient too. All right, here we go. Highest quality. Alright, there we go, there we go. As a fine fulcrum you crafted, all that's left is for Papani to handle the finishing touches. Alright.
Having examined the scales closely now, I've confirmed that a fulcrum will indeed be necessary to restore the device's functionality. How fares your progress with the assembly?
Yep, here we go. That will surely restore the scale's balance. There is more that hinges on the success of this replacement fulcrum. So this is the main part. Now it's up to her to assemble it properly and get all the other little bits and bobs.
Oh, this is magnificent. I shall replace the broken fulcrum with this one immediately.
Also, Biz, you said you imagine the wall to be like no world-ending events, no loop people lives up. I mean, sure. Once again, that's just player character stuff. But yeah, foraging it is, yeah. 100%. Like I say, a lot of the times I'm just like, where does Kelwyn find all the time for all these crafting and hobbies and stuff like that? But I think, at least in my particular headcanon, I like to think probably the best time where she would have picked up a lot of these is probably like, after, like in between times when like the world ending threats are like happening. Like it feels like there's definitely some times of pause, like before shit hits the fan, in some of the expansion stuff. I feel like especially like after like the main Shadowbringers plot is concluded, including like the Elidibus arc, and like obviously like after the end of like the whole Endwalker stuff, I feel like there'd be a lot of time to be like for all of this the more side stuff and whatever have you. Maybe also some time like after the finale of like the Heaven's Word and stuff like that, where, you know, this is where, you know, like you might headcanon in like some of the obviously there's the raid storylines, and there's like, so there's that going on too, like the raid storylines, if we're making a timeline, but also like where there might be more time for like for stuff like this. Just like the Warrior of Light adding on hobbies, different ways to help people. Master of all traits. Alright. Paponi.
The balance grew crooked after long years of use, but now that the fulcrum has been replaced, I'm pleased to report that the scales are back in working order. I also noted some stiffness during my examination, so I applied oil to ensure it functions as smoothly as possible. Marvelous. It's like new. Now I can measure true weight with quick fastness again. Such wonderful, efficient work from Hot Bottom. Thank you, craft hands. It is I who should be thanking you. I truly do enjoy the feeling of interacting with patrons directly.
That's why she, maybe that's the main reason she wanted to quit the Podsworn, and she wanted, you know, well, she didn't know that before, like that was her first time being thanked when we did this, but she was discovering the joy of interacting with the patrons directly.
We take pride in providing the perfect place for creators to create. That's how we know each craft hand requires different environment to thrive. If Papani requires environment where she is Hot Bottom thanked, then that's where Papani can do her best craft work. She should hold on to such a place and never let go.
Yeah, go to where you can do your best craft work.
If it truly wouldn't be a trouble, if my skills would truly be of benefit.
You are very skilled, lass. And you're expanding your horizons to be able to craft like more everyday items as well.
I think I wish to work with you again, Mistress Ralsoge.
You're the artisan I aspired to be, but could never become, Paponi. When I first opened my store, I yearned to forge metalwares that would be revered by all. But I wasn't good enough. So I let go of that dream. I focused on my strengths and built my business on quantity instead of quality. I see. So that's why, hey, you know, I'll get you a lot of like really, I'll get you. So it's not that she was like ensuring quality goods fast. She was more like, I'll ensure you get goods that will be functional fast, but maybe not of the highest quality they could be. I see. But if we were to work side by side, I know we could not only deliver products of the finest quality, we could have them ready as soon as the customer requires them. Yeah, maybe we take a little bit longer, but you know, like good quality items in a relatively decent speed, yeah. I need you, Papani.
Let's do our best together.
There we go, they need each other.
All's good well that ends good well. I'll be cheering for your success, Paponi.
I think I've lost this guy's accent a little bit and we're going too crazy with it. It's thanks to you stepping in and helping us that Papani and I were able to have a heart-to-heart, Kelvin. Hell yeah, man. You guys just really needed to sit down and talk to one another, honestly. There's no better way to an artisan's core than through the process of crafting, eh? As one yourself, you know this all too well. Now you get to really see, you know... You get to see what they prioritize when they're crafting, that's for sure, and that can reveal something about them. And yet, your purview extends far beyond the realm of this trade. Don't think I've forgotten you're an explorer, too. Yeah, a lot of different things, yeah. I know I can't keep some of your talents tied down to my shop forever. But I'm hoping you stick with us till Papani and I get the hang of the new flow of things. Sound alright to you? Yeah, man. Save for a delivery and a finale more? Thanks. Then let's head back to the city. Alright, thanks, dude.
Take care and good luck. We are thrilled once Potswan Papani has found a new home.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. I think that was more like of our usual bird person voice I gave that moblin, but that's fine. That's fine. Oops, don't know why I clicked to get right there. We gotta get back to Willow. Just so used to navigating within the city, I'm just like, alright, go to the etherite teleport. Muscle memory at this point.
Approach the shiny object.
Alright, Papani?
One moment I'm trying to renew my contract as a potsworn. The next I'm asking to resume my duties here. I hope you can forgive my indecisive behavior.
Nah, man, you were just trying to find your way, man. It's alright. Y'all get a little lost on the journey sometimes, man, and we meander a little bit, we wander. But it's all for a better perspective. You know, we had to take some time away and, you know, maybe consider going back to the Podsworn, and then, you know, we got the insight of your friend Moblin while we were up there, so it all worked out.
I'm truly grateful to Mistress Ralsoj. Though I'm not ashamed of the love and care I put into everything I craft, I also do not wish to burden her. Yet, if our respective strengths can compensate for the other's weakness, I can think of no place I would rather be.
Yeah, man. You just need to talk things out, set expectations, and yeah, in this case, you know, it's more than setting expectations about maybe, hey, instead of like, oh, these guys can work towards meeting in the middle in terms of their philosophies, maybe together, working together, they can not only meet in the middle, but they can achieve both of what they want to do. High quality that suits to a high quality item that suits the client, while also doing it speedily. The Moblins provide a paradise for their artisans. Room and board, heaps of materials, and unlimited time to focus solely on the craft. But if you ask me, nothing's more peaceful than this shop here. This here shop.
I myself have come to understand that while Earthenshire has its charms, so too does Shalrasoj Metalwares. I'll always cherish my time as a potsworn, but I know now that I need an environment where I can connect with people for whom I craft.
Hell yeah, man. We each thrive in our own environments, man. Then allow me to welcome you back to the shop of Bonnie. Let's give it our all. But Bonnie and I need to discuss our crafting process from here on out. Yeah, communication. Give us a few minutes, would you? All right, there we go. And by a few minutes, we mean next time. Next time. So yeah, when we come back next week, we'll be doing the level 98 part of the quest. So the final delivery, and then the grand finale for the metalworking role quest here. So yeah, I'll be making sure to get these guys the last leg, the last four levels each, to get to level 100. And then yeah, we'll do the finale for these guys next time. But yeah, we're starting to get to the tail end here of these role quests, because next week we'll finish this quest, and then maybe we'll do something else as well, and then also, you know, continue the custom deliveries and stuff like that, and then after that we'll be starting on the final role quest. So we're getting there, and you know, 7.1 is going to be on the horizon too, so we'll have to see where that falls and whether or not we make it to the last of the role quest here before that hits. All right, but yeah, now that that's done, we have one more thing to get to for today. One more thing before we're done today. We're continuing the custom delivery storyline that we've been working on. So we've gone into the Endwalker custom deliveries, and we've started on the storyline of the first Endwalker custom delivery, which is Ameliance, the twins' mother, also known as Alice's mum. So let's get out to Charlene here, and we shall continue the story. Do a little bit of a recap for the story so far. But yeah, we're almost caught up in terms of the custom delivery storylines. We've gone through each of them. There's Ameliance and then 2 more for Endwalker. So we still have a ways to go, and then 7.1 is coming out with the first of the Dawntrail custom deliveries. So that's gonna be a lot of fun when we get there. We still have a little bit more to catch up on. But yeah, hold on. Oh well, I guess we're already walking there. We're already walking. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. The custom deliveries are always very cute. It's just basically getting a little bit more with some of the NPCs, or some cute little storylines with some additional characters. Because yeah, we had Zloe in Heavensward, and then Minago, Kurenai, and Adkidag in Stormblood, and then Kaishir, Alto, and Charlemont in Shadowbringers. And now we're starting in on the Endwalker ones. There's going to be Ameliance, and then Ander, who is a Leafman out in the first, which is going to be interesting. Can't wait to see what the fuck the storyline is that one. And then Margaret, who is like one of the scientists. Those are the ones that were for Endwalker, so it'll be fun to get to those storylines. But for now, Ameliance. So yeah, let me take a sip of water here, and then we'll do a little bit of story recap and continue the custom delivery here, though. Oh fuck. You know what, hold on. We'll do that in a second, but I have to go get the materials to make shit first. Hold on. We need to go back to the vendor. I'm just like, yeah, let's go book it out to Ameliance, but we need to get the crafting shit first. Hold on. We've delivered 3 into this delivery last time, so it'll be 3 in on this one. And then it'll be the next part of the story. Where the fuck? I think we have to cross the bridge. Hold on. Or I guess I could use the Ether Knight to teleport. We need to get to the market. We need to get to the market. And then we need to buy some of this. It's one to one for each of these, so we only need to buy 3, but... Look at this guy's garb. What a fancy trucker. Alright, anyway. Is the apothecary lass we're talking to? I don't think so. Well, Is it one of these guys sells the shit that we need? I'm pretty sure it's somebody on this side. Maybe you? Is it you? Yes. Yes, it is. They're just like, just tie this to the apothecary last. Okay, here we go. All right. And now let's get to crafting. How are we in terms of experience? Yeah, they're all pretty even. I guess we might as well just put this on blacksmith. Oh, thank God we can use trained eye, easy peasy. Oops, should have just used the proc there, but whatever is fine. Alright, and then one more. Alright, and then that, now that we have that crafted, now that that's done, now we can head back to the manor, but yeah, let me take a sip of water as we're running back here. Stay hydrated, everybody. All right, hydration achieved. Okay, oh look, somebody else here out doing the custom deliveries. All right, so yeah, here we are back with the Ameliance custom delivery. A little bit of a recap for the storyline so far. Basically, Ameliance here is heading up the endeavor to basically provide or spearhead a program for basically like foreign exchange students to come in and be housed with some of the families here in Charlayan and attend the studium, and to also provide free school supplies for these students to help alleviate some of the costs, the cost associated with coming to study at the studium. So there was a really great cutscene where Ameliance, sort of like sly fox that she is, sort of subtly convinced Rowena to help. She freaking outfoxed Rowena and mind games Rowena into helping fund the project. And Rowena agreed as long as we would help be the supplier for some of these school supplies. So we've that's the main focus of what's happening here. Ameliance herself has taken in one such exchange student who is from Thavnir. The last is from sort of like a long-standing alchemist family, but after, you know, all the shit that went down with the final days and stuff like that, she's seen firsthand that alchemy can't be the answer to everything, and so she's wanted to study magic so that she can help the people in a different way that's not just with alchemy but with magic as well. And while her father wholeheartedly supports her in this, her mother has sort of like we've heard that her mother has sort of like been a little bit more reluctant in her support. Like she feels like in her learning magic and not alchemy, she's sort of spurning the family's legacy, it feels like. At least that's what this lass has said. We haven't met the parents yet, but yeah, so we're not only helping provide supplies, but we're seeing this student's journey as well. So that's currently what the story is. All right. It is good to see you, Kelwyn. I trust the procurement of various odds and ends for the homestead program proceeds apace. I'm ever so curious to see what wonders you will bring. All right, let us make the last of the deliveries here. Might as well, we'll do this all on Blacksmith. So we read this before the last time. Yeah, she's just like, wow, this shit's high quality. If the students grow accustomed to this, they'll grow accustomed to this high quality. So I'll have to explain this is very specific scenario. She says, I'm at a loss for words. This is simply outstanding. Should students grow accustomed to such immaculate craftsmanship, I fear nothing less will satisfy them ever again. I shall take great pains to explain the unique circumstances under which this has been commissioned. Like, hey, maybe don't expect this high quality all the time, more or less. Alright, so yeah, these are basically magical foci to help them in their magic studies. So yeah, the magical art requires an appropriate focus through which to hone one's skill. Whether it is an array of newliths, a planisphere, a cane, or magical concoction, there are numerous options. Quality is key, however, so please bear me with the email and take a closer look, and then the typical high quality line. Like I said, we read this last time. Alright. I have wonderful news, Kelwyn. The students have not but praise for your marvelous supplies. Indeed, it appears the program is a smashing success. Why, even my former mentor saw fit to congratulate me. A former mentor? Okay, alright. Rest assured, however, I told him I could not have done it without you. But who's your former mentor, eh? A little more about you, Ameliance? What is happening with you here in Charlan? I only hope the supplies have also been of use to Mila, who is the student who's Ameliance is housing here. Once she has a solid grasp of ether manipulation, I have no doubt our resources will further bolster her flourishing skills. Alas, I must give her the space to learn in her own time. Up here she is again, Miladine, aka Mila. She said to call her Mila because only when she's in trouble is she called Miladine.
Hello, Kelvin. I didn't realize you were visiting. Actually, there was something I wanted to tell you.
Oh, okay.
I really appreciate the work you've done, procuring all sorts of things for myself and the other students. Your support has meant the world to us, so thank you.
Oh man, like no problem, man. I'm glad the supplies are of use to y'all.
Well then, I'd better be off. A lot of spells to practice and so little time. I mustn't drag my feet, lest I get left behind my peers.
Just a moment, Mina. I couldn't help but notice that you seem a touch out of sorts. Pray tell, is something the matter? Yeah, she seems a little bit more down. She was looking down a lot during that.
Whatever do you mean? I couldn't feel better.
Are you sure? Though faint, the coldness of your cheeks indicates otherwise. I'm a mother. I can sense this shit. Are you eating? Have you been eating well? Are you not sleeping? I have a sixth sense for this shit. I have no doubts you enjoy your meals here at home, but I cannot speak for elsewhere. What can you tell me about the food in the studio?
Have you not been eating well, lass?
Have you been homesick for Thavnarian food? I can make it for you. I can make it. As I thought. Believe it or not, meals at the studium were considered gruesome, to put it lightly, even in my day. Oh no, Charlane food strikes again, dude. Dude, lass, let me in on your secret. Just go to the last stand, lass. Just go to the last stand. a damning statement considering our woefully low culinary standards. Oh, Charlene. Forgive me for not noticing sooner, Mila. From now on, I shall personally prepare lunch for you.
Oh,
Or, take some extra money and just go to the last stand for lunch, lass. Just go to the last stand.
oh, what? No, I couldn't bear to inconvenience you any further.
Inconvenience? Oh, don't be ridiculous. We have family, my dear.
Dude, that is very sweet of you, Ameliance.
Right then, I'd love to learn how to cook the Havnarian dishes. If you would care to teach me, come let us away to the kitchen.
As per usual with Ameliance, you just get swept up. She's just like, let's go. And you're just like, all right, we're going.
Lady Ameliance, we servants would be happy to serve you anything you wish. I must insist that you leave the cooking to us.
Thank you, Merrill. But that won't be necessary. Though I am out of practice, I am not wholly bereft of culinary skill. After all, it was I who often prepared lunch and coffers for Fauchenal when we were students, and I'm quite glad I did. His propensity for Archon loaf would have ruined his figure.
Oh man, Archon loaf, yeah.
It would ruin the figure otherwise. Now let's go. Let's go and put the kitchen to good use, shall we?
Dude, do I get to come along too? I'm a culinarian. I have culinary skill. Group cooking in the freaking in the Levailleur estate. Let's go.
Yes.
Oh, there they go.
But Lady Ameliance, please reconsider. I can't have the lady of the household doing work, manual labor. How could I?
We all go together. Alright, Ameliance is delighted with your efforts. She now considers you a benefactor of House Levailleur. Dude, if we're making Davnarian food with Mila and Ameliance in the kitchen, I think that would be adorable. An adorable image. Headcanon. Headcanon.
And yet, there's still much work to be done if she is to ensure the students enrolled in the academic homestead program feel at home in Old Charlan. To that end, Ameliance has a new favor to ask of you. It is only natural Mila would grow homesick, and yet somehow I failed to notice. A taste of home from time to time would no doubt lift her spirits, but we've only the bland cuisine of Charlane to offer her.
Last stand, from what I hear, 6.55 questing. You know, like they've added a couple of new dishes for some to help, you know, appeal to some of the, to give a little bit of something, a taste of home to more of some of the refugees here, especially. Which is why I suspect that rather than endure the questionable repasts of the studium, she chooses to suffer pangs of both longing and hunger when she's away. Just give her some extra funds to go to the last stand.
It breaks my heart to think that there may be other students suffering in silence just as Mina did. To err on the side of caution, I would advise the other homestead families to be particularly mindful when it comes to matters of nourishment.
Yeah, make sure they're eating well. They're not too, you know, off-put by the local fare. You know, it can be a bit of a culture shock if you're used to eating something and then, you know, go to another place and completely different food. Gotta make sure they're eating well.
Like as someone, like if I were, for example, to like, it'd kind of be the reverse situation of Charlene. Like Charlene food has been said to be very bland or whatever. But you know, me, as someone of English descent from England, you know, like food there don't got a lot of spice. Traditionally in this household, my grandma was from England or whatever, so a lot of the recipes we learned or whatever, not a lot of spice. And well, occasionally we do have some spicy things. Like I would say overall in this household our spice tolerance is low. My brother likes some more spicy foods. He tends to enjoy the spices a little bit more. But if I were to like go live somewhere where it's just like commonly there's a lot of spices in dishes, like in Indian foods or a lot of other places that side of the globe, I would be like I would be struggling. I'd be struggling as well. I'd be like, can I have less spicy? I would have to request less spicy food. Cause I've had some stuff with some like some like Indian food or like other foods like from different places that have had like maybe particularly too much spice for me. Well, yeah, if we dig deep enough, you know, all our ancestries do go back to Africa, yeah. But obviously, we're talking about like on you know, the foods that I grew up with, like the couple of generations spice tolerance. All right. Speaking of which, students who share Mila's passion for learning are often wont to remain at the studium from their first classes in the morning until well after the last bell. Luncheon coffers able to keep their food fresh during these long hours would go a long way to quell any dietary issues they may have. I trust I can count on you to supply the requisite coffers. Yeah, man, hell yeah. You can make coffers, we can help make student lunches, I'm game. We gotta make sure these kids are fed, man. Eat kids, man. We gotta make sure they're well fed, they're growing kids. Thank you for your continued support, Cowan. As I know all too well from my time as a student, it is nigh impossible to concentrate on an empty stomach. Hence why I've a mind to keep a few luncheon coffers at hand, if I could trouble you with the task of procuring them. Alright, so this will be the next delivery we're making. We can deliver 3 more this week, but we won't be able to continue the story until next week to see the next part of the story. Luncheon coffer materials. This may be the most extravagant set of materials you have ever seen used to craft what is essentially a box for one's lunch. Making the fanciest shit. And then I guess auroral clams for some reason, and then there's just luncheon coffer. A luncheon coffer affixed with a crystal to give it etherically enhanced insulative properties. Sure, magically insulative. Like an ice box. It can preserve the temperature of food placed within for long periods of time. Okay, so yeah, like an ice box. Alright. So let's go get some materials and we'll make these 3 to hand these in for our weekly limit, and then next week we'll see where the story goes. Have you checked the track where I fell asleep again? You keep hitting the keyboard and I say, face man, go to sleep! Go to sleep, man. But no, I haven't. What was the track that you... Which... Oh, right, the one that you were talking about before. Rain, formerly known as Purple? Nah, well, let me craft these and hand these in, and then we can listen to that before I finish for today, before we're done. Because this is just the last thing to do. Oh, bento boxes, like from Japan? Yeah, that's probably kind of it. We're making the students their little bento boxes. Though lunch pails, lunch bags, lunch boxes are like common everywhere. But yeah, in Japan it would be bento boxes. All right, let me double check again. It's one thing per. Yep. Okay, so we'll need 3 of these. It's not like you're tired, just weather and air pressure. Okay. Also, air dry as fuck, can't breathe. Man, it sounds like maybe you'll need like a what is it called, a humidifier? That might help. Or I know like a lot of people, like you boil some water, you can inhale the steam a little bit. That might help as well. Obviously, like not like when it's cooled down like a little bit, but you know, like not directly. You know, we don't want to burn or anything like that, but you know, like that's why, you know, either boiling some water and that's basically what a humidifier does anyway, but a little bit more direct. Or like have a warm beverage that can help. It's the same thing. You have it? You forgot about it? Oh, a humidifier? Okay, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Well, then that would probably be the first thing. Yeah, we usually get a fair amount of rain and stuff like that here, so it doesn't get often too dry. I think sometimes in the winter it definitely does. But we don't have a humidifier. We only have dehumidifiers. So... But it's occasionally in the winter. In the winter especially, I think it might be nice to have at least a little humidifier. Anyway, let's hand these in. Actually, you know what? Hold on. We did the last 3 on blacksmith there. Let's put these on armor, and then we'll keep at least armor and blacksmith. Even goldsmith will be a little bit behind that. It's fine. As your Lions, I'm all too aware of our propensity to prioritize nutrition over flavor in cuisine. Exposure to foods from other cultures through the Homestead program, however, has broadened many families' views on nourishment. You might say it's given us food for thought. Alright, hell yeah. But even the most delicious dishes can be spoiled if not kept at the proper temperature, which is why I must be certain the luncheon coffer is up to the mark. Alright, there we go, and there's the high quality line. Alright, and then the last one here, and then it'll just be the, hey, you've reached the maximum deliveries this week. Thank you, Kelwyn. Not only for procuring supplies, but for believing in my vision. Hell yeah. After everything I've heard of your grand adventures with Alpha and Alice, never in my wildest dreams did I believe we might find ourselves working together. But I could not have asked for a better partner. All the tales about us, yeah? All right, this is nice. Getting to interact with Ameliance a little bit more in this custom delivery. Very sweet, and Mila is a very sweet character as well. So look forward to continuing this and helping out more of the students next time. But yeah, that is the last thing I wanted to get to today. So